Calling the meeting to order. Kaylee, could we have a roll call, please?
Chair Kavanaugh.
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Claren.
Yo.
Commissioner Toops.
Here.
Commissioner Kaufman.
Here.
Jason, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Of course. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Flag. United States of America. Nation. Liberty. Funny in the that many people.
Item 4 on the Moving on to item 4 on the agenda, which is our public comment period. This public comment period is an opportunity for members of the public to give comment on items that are not on tonight's agenda. If you have a public comment, please step up to the podium, state your name for the record. You will have 3 minutes. When you're done, fill out a comment form and hand it to Kaylee. Seeing none, I'm closing public comment. Next item is approval of minutes from the October 21st meeting. Does anyone have any corrections, additions, modifications to these minutes? Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve October minutes.
A second.
Chair Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Claren.
Abstain.
Thank you. Commissioner Toops.
Yes.
Commissioner Kaufman.
Yes.
Item 7.1 is application 2024-88, the Van Gorder Residence Historic Design Review. I will be recusing myself from this due to geographic proximity. Vice Chair Taylor will take over the meeting at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Kavanaugh. Let's move to our staff presentation. Chelsea.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Chelsea Kreger. I'm with the Planning Division. I did quickly want to go over meeting procedures as we head into this public hearing item. So first is the staff presentation, which is where we are now. I'll present the information that you'd also find in your staff report. There's also an opportunity for the applicant to have a presentation. They have 15 minutes for that. Then is an opportunity for the commission to ask questions of staff, questions of the applicant, and then is a public comment period, which is 3 minutes each, followed by deliberations of the commission, and then lastly, a motion decision. The project before you this evening is the Van Gorder Residence, which is continued from the July 2025 Planning Commission meeting. The project requests a historic design review, zoning clearance, and certificate of appropriateness for a new 4,795 square foot single-family residence within the historic downtown area, specifically the river character area. The project is 3 stories, including a daylighting basement facing the river. My intent with this presentation is to primarily focus on the changes to the project since the previous Planning Commission hearing. The project location is shown here outlined in red. The property is a currently undeveloped lot on Southeast River Street, adjacent to the river. The Van Gorder residence was initially submitted to the Planning Division in June of last year. The project first went to hearing before the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission, or HPAC, in December of 2024, where it was continued with feedback on the design. The project was resubmitted with some design changes, and that iteration of the project went before the HPAC in March of 2025. This version of the project received a recommendation for approval from the HPAC. However, the Community Development Director could not make the findings to approve the project due to the size, design, and potential for setting a precedent for large modern residences in the river character area. Therefore, the Community Development Director elevated the project to review by the Planning Commission in lieu of denying the project. The project was reviewed by the Planning Commission in July of 2025 with 4 members present and 1 recused. I would like to mention that the Planning Commission staff report that was published for this meeting did mistakenly note that there were 5 commissioners present. However, it was 4, the same as we have this evening. At the conclusion of this meeting, the Planning Commission continued the project with feedback on the design. On this slide, I have summarized the feedback that the Planning Commission provided on the project in July. On the left are the items that the Planning Commission suggested changes to, and on the right, items that the Commission did not specifically request changes to. The commission suggested revisions to the siding, revisions to the window design, including the elimination of sliding or stacking glass doors, a change to the front door design and light fixtures, a change to the deck rail design, a suggestion to choose colors directly from the historic palette, and noted that the commission generally would be supportive of a contemporary interpretation of a historic architectural style. The commission did not request any changes to the roof color or material, to the front porch, or the garage door, noting that these aspects of the design were acceptable. These next two slides are a side-by-side comparison of renderings provided for both the prior version of the project and the version of the project before the commission today. The left image is from the July project, and the right image is current. This is the project from Southeast River Street. Again, this is a side-by-side comparison. The left image is the July version, and the right image from today's project. This is the project as viewed from the northwest, which is the river side at the rear of the project. This slide notes some of the changes to materials of the project. On the right are some of the historic design guidelines that relate to materials, which are also included in the staff report. The applicant has maintained the metal roofing, but has revised the front door to be painted wood and updated the garage door to match. Additionally, the exterior siding was revised to be horizontal in a gray color, and the wood and stone accents were removed. The light fixtures were also updated to a more traditionally designed gooseneck downlight. At the July meeting, the Planning Commission gave feedback surrounding the windows, noting that the proportions should be half width to height, and specifically noting that there should be no sliding glass doors or stackable glass doors due to the excessive windows and glass, reading as a more mountain modern design. This slide shows the front elevation of the design reviewed in July. And this slide is the front elevation of the design that's before the commission today. While some windows have been decreased in size and proportions changed, the upper window towards the middle of the residence, which is at the stairway, did increase slightly. Again, we'll look at the previous design. This is the elevation from the rear of the July version of the project, with a focus on looking at the windows and the stackable glass doors. And this is the rear elevation of the design that is under review today. Notably, the glass remains extensive. One of the historic design guidelines states that windows should be simple in shape, arrangement, and detail. Could you hear me before? Okay.
Now we can super hear you.
Wow. Now I'm self-conscious. At the July meeting, the Planning Commission specifically requested that the design of the railings be updated to be less contemporary and more traditional. These two images show the prior design and the current design. Both are black steel posts with a horizontal design and a wood top cap. Although the Planning Commission did not provide feedback specifically stating that the bulk and massing should be reduced a specific amount, the Planning Commission did indicate that the Commission is generally supportive of a contemporary interpretation of a historic architectural style. The historic design guidelines specifically state that the mass and scale of buildings are among the elements that have the greatest influence on compatible construction in the area, and that new construction should appear similar in mass and scale to historic structures found in the river character area. The overall architectural design, including the 4,795 square foot gross floor area of the residence, remains unchanged from the July design. As designed, the residence would be substantially larger than a typical historic structure in the river character area. There were not changes to the roof forms with the current submittal. Both the river character area design guidelines and the design guidelines for new buildings include guidelines relating to roof forms. The guidelines note that simple forms of gable, hip, and shed roofs are appropriate. Roofs should be similar in size to those used historically on comparable buildings. In residential contexts, the maximum ridge length was typically 35 to 40 feet. Staff recommends that the project be found exempt from the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15270 of the CEQA guidelines, which is for projects that are disapproved. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission find the project exempt pursuant to Section 15270 of the CEQA guidelines and adopt Resolution Number 2025-10 denying the zoning clearance, historic design review, and certificate of appropriateness. The appeal period is 10 days from the decision date, ending on Friday, November 28th, 2025. Alternative actions that the Planning Commission may choose to take include finding the proposed project consistent with the historic design guidelines, river character area, and surrounding historic development patterns. Findings and a CEQA determination will need to be made to support this decision. If the Commission wishes to use this action, staff requests that the Planning Commission provide direction on the approval findings. Another option available to the Commission is continuing the public hearing to a date and time certain. The Planning Commission may request additional information from the applicant and/or of staff. If new information is presented at the next meeting, the public portion of the hearing must be reopened on the new information that is submitted. Third, the Planning Commission may choose to direct the applicant to continue working with staff on a design that can be approved by the Community Development Director. If the Commission wishes to use this action, staff requests that the Commission provide direction on requested design changes. This concludes my presentation. We have an opportunity for the applicant team also to present.
Thank you, Chelsea. Does the applicant have a presentation?
Yeah. Thanks again for meeting us. Again, this is our fourth time here. I guess just in short, last time, we spent 2 hours kind of going through this pretty thoroughly. And after that 2 hours, we did that thorough comprehensive review. We were given kind of these 12 items. Again, the challenge here was kind of this moving target, right? We can all agree on, both in design and size, and we've kind of been round and round. So I thought we left here last time. The goal was, we did leave here last time with the goal of giving this clear list of 12 items that we needed to address and then kind of move on. Is that fair that we go through those 12 and make sure that we've addressed all those and then we're clear to move on? Would that be the easiest path forward?
That's a perfectly appropriate presentation, yes.
Yeah, okay. And Chelsea, you already went through some of them, but we can kind of go through them in a little bit more detail. Again, we just addressed these 12 items because those are the ones that we came up with as a team, collaboratively in our last meeting. Because if not, we could continue to do this for a long, long time.
No, we can't.
Or, yes.
Sorry, I'm just saying
yeah,
we can't.
They didn't get what we're saying. So number one was, and again, in this presentation, we're just addressing these 12 items. Number one was to come back to the Planning Commission. Obviously, we're here. Thank you for your time. Number two was to leave the roof as is. We left it as is. The third comment from you guys was to the horizontal wood siding, remove all the wood accents, remove the basement letter, it should be removed. Concrete's okay, so we've kind of went through that. I mean, we could go through the elevations, but I think we did a good job of really just simplifying the material palette, which in turn is more in line with the historical intent of clean, simple structures. The other comment on number 3 was the color. We went and we found 2 colors that we're going to use. Both have historical designation: Stonington Gray and HC 190 Black, which is just the lower level. And again, the intent for that lower level being black was that it would just go away visually for that walkout basement. So when you look down the river, it was visually less impactful. Again, removed all the stone. Again, that was a comment throughout the project. And we're just using concrete where necessary to retain dirt. So it's not really an architectural feature. Again, all of this was to really just simplify the overall material palette. And we did a bunch of before and afters. I'm sure you guys saw all that when you reviewed the response letter. Number 4 was windows and doors. We went through and globally changed all of the windows to be very consistent, having a true half width to height. So every single window for the most part is a 1 to 2 scale. In turn, that reduced the overall window package to about 15% globally. The The one area where we wanted to keep sliding doors was that coming out of that living room, and to really use modern technology, but divide the fenestration in a way where it has a historical context. We removed the sliding door in the living room, or no, excuse me, we removed the sliding door in the dining and in the primary bedroom as well. Trying to get this around 5. Simple comment for the front door. We wanted more of a traditional proportion. So we removed the horizontal divisions and just went to a painted stained, ebony full body stained in more of a traditional pattern. The 6th comment was to maintain the front porch. We did that, but we also extended it, giving it more of a traditional feel, and added a post and beam structure to really accentuate the depth in that front porch, more consistent with the rest of the neighborhood. Also, it was more of a function too, as far as getting the snow and ice off there. 7, the garage door was okay, but we really wanted to create consistency, so we matched it to the front door, again, giving it some more traditional detailing, and that will just be a painted wood. And we also reduced the glazing by 50% in that garage door as well. Light fixtures, we went, less contemporary, more traditional was your guys' comment. We went to a very traditional gooseneck, downlight only exterior sconce. And then the deck rails, I think we talked about that, in length last time we were here. We wanted something that was durable, so we stuck with the metal, and wood cap railing, but we added more detail to give it more of a traditional feel. So we And then 10, I think that the simplicity of the traditional form is supportive of this contemporary interpretation of a historical style. I think by going all horizontal siding and really kind of creating a simple material palette helped, address that comment. And number 11 was choosing the color. Again, we already went over that. We chose the Stonington gray and historical black. And number 12 was submit new renderings with Reese Metal, which we have, and I'm sure you guys have seen. So with all that said, I think that, it's open to discussion, but I feel that we did a good job of addressing all 12 of those comments, and that's all I have from my end. Do you have anything, Jen?
Yeah, I also wanted to say, when we left here, one of you guys up there suggested that we walk around the neighborhood, take pictures, look at historic houses, see what treatments are out there, what the siding looks like, what the windows look like, what the railings look like. And I don't have the packet in front of me, but we did do that. Hopefully it's in the packet you have. We saw a variety of everything out there in historic homes. So there was not one consistent form. So it's a little hard to hear you guys tell us we have to do horizontal because that's historic, when there's homes all over town that have a mix. There's also homes that have a mix with stone, even similar stone than what we provided. And then, so that's a little frustrating. And then in our research, walking around, we also saw metal railings being used as well. So I just want you guys to keep that in mind as you guys are talking and discussing and going through our project, that the town is a mix of a lot of different treatments. And I think that we've addressed everything that you guys asked us to do when we left the meeting. And I hope you guys can see that.
Yeah, if you go to sheet 3.0, and I think we walked around, we took a bunch of images, and that was more to, showing the consistency of the color that we were trying to emulate, with our project.
Well, the color isn't exactly
But
like
it-
those,
but
but
it's
yeah.
similar, yeah.
And then the other thing I wanted to bring up was There are several houses, several houses in Truckee, even on the river, my neighbors, that have sliding glass doors. Even houses that you guys approved that are just being built or just recently built in the last couple years. So to hear you guys say we are not allowed to use sliding glass doors, I would like you guys to really rethink that and think about what you're saying, because it's being used in the town of Truckee. And we have minimized the use of where we had sliding glass doors, but we did leave, I think, one or two in. So
Just in the living room.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So with that, we'll move to clarifying questions for the applicant. So if you guys would stand up there, and if we have any questions, we can address them to you at this point. Do we have any questions for the applicant?
Are these pictures taken by the applicant?
Yes. Yes.
These
are
I
yours?
took them. Yes.
What are you trying to show?
Just, the similarity between the Stonington gray that we chose, as well as the gable, simple kind of gable roof form that we're proposing.
Do you have other questions?
No, I'm looking over my stuff. So no, I don't. Thank you.
Go ahead, Jason.
Oh, okay.
It's mostly deliberation is what I've got. So.
I'll ask a question. For Chelsea, thank you for that. When were the historic design guidelines first promulgated?
In 1997.
97. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And then have there been any amendments or changes to the historic design guidelines since this application process started?
I'm so sorry. It was 2003.
2003.
I'm sorry.
That's
I
fine.
was incorrect.
All right, so 2003, so like 22 years. And then next question was, have there been any changes or amendments to the historic design guidelines since this application process?
There have not, no.
Okay, thank you. Kind of a short question for the applicant. Glad to hear you guys are out and about, looking around. That's awesome. One thing in the historic design guidelines often encourage is to adopt a contemporary interpretation of architectural styles seen historically. That's the phrase they use. And then it goes on to list those styles. It lists vernacular, frontier vernacular, Queen Anne, folk Victorian, Italianate, and craftsman. And I was just wondering, of those 6, which style do you think you kind of felt most inspired by or drew upon in this design?
Is that one of the 12 questions that you asked us to fix? Or are we going back to the very beginning
Yeah.
of the design style of the house? Because that's what I feel like you're
This was
asking.
one of the issues that we brought up in our last meeting, and it's listed both in the staff report as one of our items as an as
Which
we would
number is
prefer
that?
to see in the staff report. It's listed as
Wait,
number,
sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, can I ask a clarifying question of the Commissioner, Danielle? Are we allowed to raise questions that come from the guideline, the standards, not necessarily discussed in the last continuance that we did?
Yeah, I mean, if you think that there are discussion items that haven't been addressed, then that's definitely within your purview.
Just clarifying. Thank you.
One, two. The language in the staff report reads, it's number 10, bullet point number 10. The Planning Commission is generally supportive of a contemporary interpretation of a historic architectural style, and that comes straight from the historic guidelines.
Yeah, so we feel that our structure is a contemporary version of the historic structure. Are you asking if it's craftsman or?
Yeah, of those 6,
I mean,
what would you say?
you could read from the front porch and kind of that simple post and beam. It would be a historical interpretation of the craftsman style. Very simple covered front porch, gabled entry. I would say that would probably be the closest interpretation.
Awesome. Thank you.
Jason.
Thank you. Appreciate it. No further questions.
Any other questions?
Chelsea, do you happen to have, like, the map of where the river character area is? I just want to refresh my memory. I looked at it 2 days ago, but I think for the purpose of this review, we should talk about it.
Yeah, this is a slide from the presentation in July, and so I just pulled it right back up for you.
So there are two river character areas, correct? There's like a southeast and then there's a general, or am I confusing things?
It's just the river character area.
May I continue? So when you say you walked around, and you've talked about Truckee has a lot of different styles. Indeed, it does. I mean, even if you drive around Tahoe Donner, lots of different styles. We're just talking about this right here.
I'm
That's all.
talking within walking distance from my house.
Right.
Yes, and I drove around actually with my mother-in-law, who actually pointed out all the historic houses and the historic features of different houses and different features of historic houses that things have been changed to it over the last years that they've lived here in the town of Truckee. So, yeah.
And do any of the staff know how many houses had been built like prior to 2003 that may be kind of, this is a tough one, I know, but like, are there a lot of houses that were built in this area that do not, if you were to look at them today, you would say, that's a technical term.
I'm not sure that I know how to kind of quantify that.
I know it's a tough one, but I'm just wondering, because we're walking around the river, and indeed, I've done the same thing, walking up and down. Some of them seem like, this is in the river character area. When was this approved? Because possibly the reason that we did the 2003, the greater we, is that there were some things that looked perhaps out of place. So unfortunately or fortunately, these are the terms we're living under, even though some houses may have been built prior to 2003 and therefore conform to a different set of standards. And maybe nobody knows this answer, and I should do some research.
I can answer some of that for you, Amy.
Yeah.
And technically we're only supposed to compare against actual historic buildings, not newly constructed ones. Right. And there's only two on Southeast River Street. One is the Chinese herb shop, and the other is 10084, which is the neighboring parcel. But it's only the western end of that building because it had a recent addition. And then there's other ones. There's a lot more on East River Street, which are technically in the character area, but across the river, and then, a number on Riverside Drive, which is also in the character area. But on the actual Southeast River Street, there's only two historic properties.
There's actually a third one
there is.
on the south side. It's when you first turn on to Southeast River Street. Yeah.
Thank you. You're right. I'm looking at the inventory, which...
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure we can exactly answer your question, but maybe providing some context. So the town created a historic preservation program because there was recognition that the heart of Truckee really is the downtown and also the river. And so there was a really comprehensive process that the community went through to identify the different character areas and to discuss what the components of the program should look like. How do we define differences in historic value, which is how we came up with the rating system of the A, B, C, and then the D non-historic. We also at the time knew that we wanted to become a National Register district, and with that comes certain requirements and accountability for the town. We also did have some issues of historic buildings being demolished because we didn't have any standards. And so as a community, there was really an effort to look at that and say, okay, what are we valuing here? And do we want to make it so that we recognize the importance of these buildings? And if there's going to be modifications, there's a process, there's guidelines. We've done an inventory of all the properties. We know what we have for our resources and then how we're going to treat them moving forward into the future. So that's how we kind of came up with the whole program, and that evolved into having, this pretty extensive design guidelines and criteria that we use. It created the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission, and it was years and years of effort to do that. But a lot of it was truly like walking the streets. There were many consultants involved in getting the community to kind of understand what resources Truckee had. So it's a little challenging for us to kind of say, this one wasn't right or whatever it is, because the program itself really came out of that desire to honor our historic buildings, maybe not to prohibit, modifications or something like that, or to tell people something isn't wholly inconsistent, other than here's what we know we have as far as our architectural styles, here's what we want to do for modifications to existing buildings, and then this is what it would look like if you were doing new construction to address compatibility.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Any other questions? Mitch, did you have any? All right, thank you, applicant team.
Thank you.
We're going to move to deliberations. Oh, yes. First, we have public comment. All right, I'm going to open public comment. Sorry about that. If you have a public comment, please state your name. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. When you are done, please fill out a comment card and hand it to Kaylee in the back. All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment, and now we'll move to deliberations. All right. Mitch, it sounded like you had a list.
Well, as I was following, I need to disclose that I got a phone call from Mrs. Van Gardner. How long ago was that? 2 months ago? Asking my opinion on the siding, if it was looking right. And my answer, I believe, was that it looked like what the Planning Commission was requesting. Right. And I said, you can call, and yeah, I got that one phone call. Yes. But I need to disclose it that we talked. So, and then I'll start off with the positives on, I think the horizontal siding works really well. I think the front door is great. I think the gooseneck light fixtures are really good. I like the fact that you matched the garage door to the front door. I think the color scheme is good. I think the simplicity of the siding works really well. My largest surprise, to be quite frank, was the amount of glass in the back of the house. And we specifically talked about having the windows 2-to-1 to the doors next to them, and I'm not really seeing that at all in the back. There's very little difference in the glazing if you compare the two back to back. So if I had a picture of the old and the new, if we could bring that up, there's very little change. Do you have something that's side by side? I think there was something in the package.
We'll pull up the staff report.
Thank you. The other surprise for me was the deck rails. It was a very slight change. I don't know if the rest of the commissioners would have an issue with that or not. There you go.
Okay. I'm thinking maybe we make our list of deliberation issues and then we can tackle them one by one. How does that sound to folks on the dais?
Okay.
Try go in. All right, I'll jump in. Pulling my notes up. Very empathetic to the applicant. I understand this has been an unpleasant process, and I want people to build the home they want to be able to build, to live in the home they want to be able to live in. I wish this process weren't so lengthy. I wish there weren't so many backs and forth. I'm so empathetic on all of those. And I think there's room for improvement, as a town on our process. But at the same time, I do think we need to maintain town standards and objectively and fairly apply those standards. And I do want to point out that while I totally understand it feels like we've given different to-do lists at different times, that there is one thing that has been consistent throughout this process, and that's the historic guidelines themselves, historic design guidelines. And I think that there's a table in the staff report. It starts on page 11. It goes on for 8 pages, and it kind of just ticks and ties each of those guidelines against the application design. And that same table was in the July staff report, and it's largely unchanged. I think a few things, it did note where things improved, and I agree with those. And I went through each of those points before this hearing, and at this point, I agree with staff's interpretation on each of their interpretations of that table. There's a number of sections that it points out are inconsistent with the guidelines. So I think we would need to solve all of those to move this forward. I also want to note that all of this is because this is a home in the historic district. If this were a home in Old Greenwood or in Grace Crossing or Tahoe Donner, none of this would be happening. This would be much simpler. I just want, for people in the public who are watching this, maybe just to point out that this is based on the fact that it's in a historic district. I can get specific that if you look at that table, there's kind of 6-ish items. Reform is like, each of these have like 3 or 4 sub-items, but reforms is one, building form is another that's tied to the design character, the design style that I raised earlier. Mass and scale is another one, and then building orientation was another kind of, these are sort of the big, broad buckets, but again, I think, each of those have several sub-points under it. So that's where I'm at. I'll pause there.
Amy, anything to add to the list?
I want to back up what Jason's point, that it wasn't just our design elements. Staff, specifically Chelsea, has been working with this property owner since June of 2024, is that correct? And she is listing these things, which I am sure she has stated. We were not privy to those meetings, but the community development director probably was, I imagine she was, and therefore knows exactly what was said when. So yes, we asked for a few things, but that is in addition to that which was asked for over and over again, it would seem to me. And I did have a short conversation with Chelsea I was a little confused by some of the recommendations, and she helped me just iron that out. So now I do appreciate her time. Also to note for the record that the director has stopped charging the applicant for staff time. So all of us in Truckee are paying for this staff time, valuable as it is. And so I think we have to acknowledge that. And while that sounds like, okay, let's just get this over with, again, we're in a historic district. I've heard from other neighbors of Mitch's, their struggle to get things right, and that it took some time, even on interiors, to make sure that things were in accordance with the historic guidelines. And I think we should respect them. So I'm with staff on this one.
Thanks, Amy. Yeah, and the thing that I would note, if we're moving into proper deliberation, or even if we all seem to have thoughts and ideas, we may not need to spend much time on it. But I'm asking myself if this meets the intent of a contemporary interpretation of one of the historic architectural styles that's listed in the guidelines, and that I've been asking myself if it does, and looking at examples of those styles. Again, walking around and looking at the historic buildings in the river character area to see if it is compatible. So that's where I am. And based on that, I respect the staff report's findings, and I'm also in agreement with them. Is there any other points of deliberation we want to make sure to address?
Should we talk about what the possible actions, recommended action versus alternative actions? Should we discuss which direction we want to, because we could sit here and decide we're going to do a full edit cycle and then we got to get everything up and do all that, or we could take a different alternative action.
My personal, sitting up here, I don't know if we have the expertise to, at this stage, recommend the things that need to change, or design elements, or, materials that need to change to become compatible or be to be consistent with the design guidelines. I don't think I have the expertise to do that. And I don't know if we, as a commission, should be designing people's homes for them.
I agree, but I think it would be helpful for staff and the applicant if we give some direct, some precise direction. So if we're going to go down through the list, let's go down through the list. There's size and massing, the roofs, all the doors, all the 12 things that Ben brought up. Let's just do it.
So I would say it also will depend on what action the commission is interested in taking, because just in my quick straw poll of what I heard, there were at least 3 sort of support for staff's recommendation is what I heard. So I think as a commission, you would want to decide, are you providing feedback or are you taking action?
I'd be open to looking at the table that's on the staff report, starting on page 11, and just kind of confirming that those findings match we're going with the staff recommendation, because that's the basis from which to make the overall recommendation on the action, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I spent a lot of time with it and did the whole walk around thing and think about each of them, but you know, I think also it's valuable for the public who maybe didn't spend much time with it.
So if staff recommendation is to deny, then what happens to the applicant?
The applicant has the option to appeal if they want to town council. So there's a 10-day appeal period. Or if they don't want to appeal, then I'm pretty sure in our development code we have a 6-month stay before you can resubmit for a new review process.
I mean, from my perspective,
If it was a very similar project. So if it was substantially different, then they would be able to submit it.
I mean, I think just based on the conversation we've already had up here tonight, our main concerns are still the amount of glazing both on the front and the back towards the river, the mass and scale, orientation, and essentially just form not being consistent with the historical styles that are outlined in the historic design guidelines. Now, the table has much more particular and specific standards that need to be met. And I think that does give direction on what needs to change in the current design, unless you have specific ideas you want to put forth now.
Well, I was under the impression that we were finished with mass and scale and roof materials.
Excuse me, this is our deliberations. Thank you.
So I'm a little confused that we're still even talking about it myself personally, but that's just me. So I was under the impression we were going to talk about the direction that we, as this commission, gave in July to the applicants, what we asked them to accomplish, and did they accomplish it or not, and not to rehash what is already we thought we passed.
I had big issues back then too about the form, the overall form, which I think we ended up diving deep into like the weeds on like decorative elements, and some of those have been solved, not all of them, as you pointed out. But ultimately, there's, I think, big, you know, kind of like let's not miss the forest for the trees. There's like really big issues on the form here. To me, it does not meet the intent of the design guidelines. And I actually think, I'll say this, I actually think a denial might speed this along. I don't really want to get into another design from the dais round, and this could just go on forever. It takes 4 months to get back here. If it goes to denial, it gets straight. They have an opportunity to appeal to town council. If council, you know, at this point, it's almost a policy decision, right? Council might say, you know what, fine, we're happy with this style of home in our historic district. We, as a commission, cannot make that call. That has to come from council, I think. And if we go with denial as per the recommendation, they have an opportunity to get to that point. If not, they have an opportunity to redesign and resubmit. But I don't really love the design from the dais approach, and I think the table and the staff report is pretty clear on what needs to be addressed.
Agree 100%.
I'm not in charge.
All right. Would anyone like to make a motion? We might need it brought back up on the screen. Thanks, Chelsea.
Oh, sorry.
I'm ready. Motion to adopt Planning Commission Resolution Number 2025-10, denying the zoning clearance, historic design review, and certificate of appropriateness.
Second.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Claren,
No.
Commissioner Toops,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaufman.
Yes.
Thank you very much, and we do wish you the best of luck.
Chelsea, if you could just go over the appeal period timeframe so that the applicant has that. And I just want for the record to show that we had a vote of 3-1 with one commissioner absent.
Yeah, the appeal period would end on Friday, November 28th, 2025. So that would be the last day to submit an appeal.
Thank you, Chelsea.
What is it? Oh, I'm sorry. I need to correct for the record that that is a holiday. I did not realize it would be the following Monday, would be the last day, the end date of the appeal period.
Should we get Coral back?
We'll go grab her.
Thank you, Vice Chair Taylor. Okay, item 7.2 is the 2040 General Plan Implementation Development Code Amendments for deed-restricted housing incentives. And I believe Yumi has a presentation for us.
Yes, I do. Good evening. I guess it's evening now. I apologize in advance. Will be a lengthy presentation. If you would like me to summarize a little more, make it briefer, please let me know. Feel free to interrupt me. It's a kind of a beefy topic, so I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. So we're talking about development code amendments for the deed-restricted housing incentives, and this is under the umbrella of homegrown housing, which includes both non-monetary incentives, which is these development code updates, and then monetary incentives, which is being developed by our housing division, and they're creating changing the deed restriction for new development funding program into a homegrown housing funding program, and that's being developed concurrently with this discussion. So to give you a little background on why we're here, in 2023, when we adopted our 2040 general plan, we adopted action to create a workforce and affordable housing density bonus program for the town of Truckee. So that action says to create a town of Truckee specific workforce housing density bonus program that offers additional housing density and financial incentives for the creation of workforce and affordable units in targeted infill areas. Additionally, within our existing housing element, there's also a goal that directs us to provide housing affordable to all segments of the community, and then we should strive to provide housing opportunities that are affordable to the local workforce. So that's why we're here today. We're proposing to create a new tool in the town's library of housing tools to target a new type of housing type in our community. So it adds to our inclusionary workforce housing ordinances, our ADU ordinances, and our programs that exist under the housing division, including the THAP program, the funding source program for this program, lease to locals, and rooted renters. So far, town council direction overarching is to create monetary and non-monetary incentives to support the creation of these deed-restricted housing units. They are targeting higher AMIs than traditional affordable housing, so looking at rents that are about 120% AMI, and then household incomes of 180% AMI. So there's two different numbers within the same deed restriction. And this is what's in the existing deed restriction for new development housing funding program, and we're trying to bring that into this potential program. But the council is still developing that, so things may change, but right now that's what we're anticipating will occur as we move forward. And then, as noted, council is directing us to pair this somewhat with the deed restriction for new development program, which is now rebranded as homegrown housing. We met with town council on 2 different occasions, on June 10th and September 9th, where we talked about what this homegrown housing program will look like. They looked at our requirements in the development code. They looked at potential changes to the development code, and then they looked at our the monetary incentives through the homegrown housing funding program. We've also conducted a couple outreach events. We did one in February 2025 where we sent out a flyer to other developers and designers, CAT and the Housing Hub, to solicit some feedback on what they think would be incentive to our program, incentive to create deed restricted units, or what, and we received some responses. It wasn't a wild outpouring of input, but there was some responses. In August, we did a series of events, 2 meetings with town staff, developer representatives, Sierra Business Council, a local business owner, and council members, and we talked about the Edmonds Lofts process, qualification criteria for funding, program boundaries, and then these non-monetary development code changes. And then we also held a Housing Horizons event to present the potential changes to the homegrown housing program. So tonight before you, as you have done before many times, we're talking about development code updates. So it's old hat for you, but it's a whole new chapter and program that we'll be potentially implementing in the town of Truckee. The main changes are housed in 3 different chapters. In a new chapter, chapter 18.213, the deed restricted housing incentives. So that's the main focus tonight. There's also some changes proposed in the objective design standards chapter, and then in the plan developments chapter, which all relate to this program. And then there's a series of additional cleanup amendments that are proposed in other chapters that are related to this program as well. So in the new chapter, chapter 18.213, the deed restricted housing incentives, in order to create, for projects that want to use this housing program, there are eligibility requirements that we're saying. These are baseline requirements that all projects would have to meet to be eligible for this program, and that includes meeting the required zoning, so it applies to all multifamily and mixed-use zoning districts in the town. Because the development code only targets projects outside of the specific plans and master plan areas, it does not include those areas. So Rail Yard, Coldstream, Grays Crossing, Hilltop, and Jorga Ranch are not part of this development code update. Though the monetary incentives that are being developed could apply or would apply to these sites if as currently contemplated. And then the affordability requirements, there hasn't yet been adopted. They will be adopted as part of council resolution, but it does include traditional affordable housing units. Those could be considered deed restricted housing units, and then units targeted to whatever council decides, which is that 120%, 180% AMI discussion we just had. And then all projects have to meet the minimum density requirements of that zoning district, and where there isn't minimum density, which is in most of our mixed use zoning districts, they would be required to have at least 4 dwelling units per acre. And then for multifamily residential only projects in downtown mixed use, there is a range, so we're requiring a minimum 12 dwelling units per acre in the downtown. Additionally, these projects would have to meet other eligibility requirements, including making sure it's a multifamily residential project, so it's 2 or more residential units in a standalone residential project, or 1 unit for a mixed-use project. That's how multifamily is defined within our development code. Single-family residential and accessory dwelling units are not eligible for this program. There are other programs that we use for accessory dwelling units, so if a project wants to do an ADU, that is available to them. There's a requirement for how many units have to be deed restricted within a project, and we're proposing 50% of the units in a project have to be deed restricted to be eligible for this program. And then we're also requiring a percentage of a maximum number of studio units. So a project can do 0 studio units if they so choose, but they can only do up to 15% of the deed restricted units can be studios. And that requirement came out of discussion with council where they wanted to not incentivize the creation of studio units. They wanted to see more diversity in unit types, since what we've been seeing more frequently in projects that we're seeing before us are studio units. So that's where that number came from, or that cap came from. So that's up for discussion if you'd like to have that discussion today. Additionally, there's use requirements, which are kind of typical to our workforce housing requirements. We require employment in TT-USD boundaries. What's not in your staff report or in the resolution is staff noted that we should add a caveat to allow seniors, even if they are not employed in these boundaries. So we would make that change if the commission agrees. There needs to be a full-time resident in the unit. They can't own or rent additional properties. There's a prohibition on short-term rentals, a 6-month initial lease, and a waiver of use of the state density bonus law, accessory dwelling units, or Housing Accountability Act if you're using this voluntary program. If a project wanted to use any of those items, they can use our standard development process. Additionally, the project would have to meet minimum objective design standards, including some ones listed here: site organization, massing, and then colors and materials, balconies and decks and patios, and storage are all consistent with our objective design standards. The other items have been pared down quite a bit from what our objective design standards are in our adopted ordinance from 2023. So there are some changes. We're trying to pare it down, make it a little more reasonable or a little less onerous for these types of projects, since we are trying to incentivize them. And then we're also proposing some historic design standards, which we'll discuss a little bit later. So I've highlighted a few items within these sections for your Planning Commission's consideration. I've talked about a few of them in your staff report. There's a couple more that I've brought up during this presentation for you to consider. There is the minimum objective design standards for massing. So right now, as drafted, all projects have to meet the top 3 massing requirements. So no building is allowed to be 20 feet in length, or 200 feet in length, sorry. There's a requirement for material variation, and then there's a requirement for adjacent development compatibility. So anytime a development is within 50 feet of an existing building, a proposed building cannot exceed the height of the adjacent building by more than 1 story or 10 feet, whichever is less, for 25% of that width of that building. So
you said we can interrupt you, right?
Sure.
Material variations, changes in material direction or material type are required on wall planes for a minimum of 20% of the building facade. Does that mean 80% can be one style and 20% is another style?
Yes.
But nothing can be 100% even if it's a short wall, or?
Yes. As currently
Thank
written.
you.
Yes. And then there's also a requirement for another requirement for massing, where we have a menu of items that a project needs to meet, and they're required to meet at least 2, including canopies, step backs, wall plane changes, height changes, and roof line articulation. So we brought these to the commission's, we're highlighting this for commission's consideration for you to take a look, see if there's any concerns about these particular requirements, since they are objective standards that need to be met for any of these projects. We've pared down the objective design standards quite a bit, but we just wanted to highlight them for you, make sure you're reviewing them, and you feel that they are meeting the intent and need for addressing community character and compatibility within our community.
Yumi, I had a question on
Sure.
that slide, and I had this when I was walking through, but since Mitch asked a question, I will too. The 25% of the width of the adjacent building, so you're talking about front to back, is that right?
No,
So, I didn't understand this the way it was written when I read this. It cannot exceed the height of the adjacent building, so I have 2 buildings next to each other, for 25 the width. Seems to me you mean depth, don't we?
No, so it's when you're looking at, I mean, it could be, but when you're looking at a building, it's that facade that's adjacent to the building. It's that 25% of the front
25
elevation.
Of the existing building, you take 25% of that, and then you apply that to the new building,
Yes.
and that 25%, the new building for that 25% cannot exceed. I think I get that.
Yep. Additionally, there's other requirements that we've talked about before about private balconies, decks, and patios. Right now, the minimum objective design standards are just use the standard that we have for all projects. So one of those private amenities is required per unit at a rate of, or 1 per unit, and they all have to be 48 square feet minimum with no dimension less than 6 feet. One change that we did make to the standard is to allow for common exterior walkways. As you can see in this diagram, you could have, it's a semi-private area that functions sort of as a deck for the residents. It doesn't have It's right in front of their unit. It's not accessible to other units really, and there's no impediment to access other units. So it'll only function for end units, but it is something that we are proposing could be added to meet this requirement. We also note that, as we'll talk about later, this standard could be changed through a plan development. So, but we are bringing this for you for consideration. When we originally brought it to council, we did talk about a much smaller standard requiring common balconies instead, requiring a reduction in private per unit basis. They were concerned about whether or not it was usable. If the actual dimension was making it too small to be usable, they wanted it to be actual functional space. So when we looked at the 48 square foot minimum standard that we have already, it's to have a couple chairs and a table, 48 square feet is probably an appropriate amount of space for a deck. And we had reduced it from prior to 2023, our requirement was 60 square feet. So the 48 square feet is a reduction from our pre-2023 development code requirements. But we wanted commission to look at it, weigh in, identify if other options are appropriate, looking at common balconies or maybe to meet all or part of the requirement. What would that look like? How big does it need to be? And then consider whether or not outdoor common amenities like a rooftop deck or park, which are otherwise not required as part of the objective design standards, could be an alternative that could be contemplated. Additionally, we're looking at the storage area standard, which, as I noted, is consistent with the existing standard for all multifamily residential units, which requires 1 per unit, a 40 square foot minimum outside of a bedroom, with no dimension less than 6 feet. I don't think that's right. It's not required in one. It's not required in one location, and the dimensions are 2 feet in length or width, and 5.5 feet in height. And this can also be changed through a plan development. We're also bringing it to Commission's consideration if we think these storage areas are very important or if they would be a challenge for developers to provide. We do have a standard that long-term bicycle parking has to be provided 1 per residential unit that needs to be fully enclosed and away from the elements. Do we think that we could waive the bike parking requirement for the storage area requirement or vice versa? Just some thoughts for you to consider. You could change the minimum dimensions. And you could waive this requirement if you think it's not important, or just rely on the plan development pathway. And then we have historic design standards that we'll talk a little bit in the next chapter discussion. So in order to be, other requirements to be eligible for these incentives are that you would have to meet all our development standards elsewhere in our development code unless it's modified specifically within this chapter. So we do have standards for environmentally sensitive areas, setbacks from wetlands, floodplains, hillside development, et cetera. And then we are proposing to pare down or to relax a little bit the review authority for these types of projects. So 10 or fewer units would be reviewed at the staff level, which is typical of our zoning clearances and not a change. 11 to 20 units would be reviewed at the staff level, which is a change from our current requirements, as long as additional public outreach is conducted by the applicant prior to submittal of the application. And if we find that if the director determines that it would be a project of community interest, then we would potentially bump it back up to Planning Commission, the Planning Commission's review. And then for projects that are 20 or more units or any planned development project or a project with substantial disturbance, that would be reviewed at the Planning Commission level as well. And then we're proposing some minor changes to the time extension process. We would maintain a 2-year entitlement period, which is typical of our current standards, but we would allow all time extensions to be reviewed at the staff level rather than going back to the original review authority with criteria for diligent pursuit of the project, which is the existing criteria right now. So once you're eligible for the project, you are then provided 3 incentives to all projects. You get a density bonus, which is 10% density bonus with a minimum 1 extra unit. So if it's a small project, you get 1 unit regardless of what the acreage is for the parcel. You get in the CMU and NMU, we've determined that the council has determined that we've increased the density from previous allowed mixed-use zoning in the past, and they thought that the density that we discussed as part of the general plan should be the density we use moving forward. So we didn't look at a much larger density bonus, similar to our state density bonus law. We're also proposing that the dwelling unit equivalents not be allowed within this program, just because it's similar to this general plan discussion. We have talked about what types of density are appropriate in our community, and the dwelling unit equivalents incentivizes studio units, which is something that the council didn't quite want to do at the last time we talked to them. So that's why we are moving away. We're proposing to move away from the dwelling unit equivalents for this project. And then all projects would be exempt from our inclusionary workforce housing ordinances. So they wouldn't be required to provide the actual affordable housing per the inclusionary requirements, or they wouldn't have to provide employee housing for that particular site if they're providing these deed-restricted housing units. And then we're proposing that all of these projects also get a reduced parking quantity. So the amounts that we're proposing in the language today is similar to the state density bonus law. The only change is that we're requiring a 10% guest parking increase, whereas the state density bonus law has 0. We're proposing 1 per studio and 1 bedroom, 2 per 2 or 3 bedroom, and 2.5 for 4+ bedrooms. But we are asking the Planning Commission to consider whether 1-bedroom units should be required to provide 1.5 spaces. Parking is a hot topic in our community. We just want to make sure we're covering our bases, making sure that we're being cognizant of what the potential impacts could be from a project. Our current standards in our development code are 1.5 per studio and 1 bedroom. So just for a little context.
What do you park in half a space?
It's just a cumulative amount.
I know, but think.
A motorcycle.
Thank you, Mitch.
Okay, so all projects receive those 3 incentives, and then we also provide a menu of incentives and it's provided on a proportionate basis based on the number of deed-restricted units you provide. So the more deed-restricted units you provide, the more incentives you get. Smaller sites are also provided a few more incentives just because there are a number of site constraints that a smaller site would see than a larger site. So we're proposing 2 different tables. One table for smaller sites, so half an acre or smaller, would get the one that has 100% deed-restricted units, so a project with 2 units that are both deed-restricted could get all of these incentives that would apply to their entire project. And then a project that's on a site greater than half an acre would be provided this menu. So they would be provided all of the Tier 2 incentives, which we'll talk about in a second, and then all the Tier 1 incentives. So we've broken out the incentives into 2 different tiers. And then, so we've created Tier 1 incentives, which look at more about what might be a little more impactful to our community. That's how we've identified it. Tier 1 incentives, we have 7. They're not all itemized here, but we looked at increasing the FAR per the general plan requirements or allowances. We are proposing an incentive to allow the increase of height up to 10%, allowing additional stories as long as the overall measured height, which is typically 35 feet or 50 feet, is in compliance. And then you could we're proposing to allow 4 stories on the north side of Donner Pass Road between Frady's Lane and McIver roundabout. And then looking at some parking reductions or modifications, including removing the requirement for fully enclosed garages for deed-restricted units, allowing tandem parking for 50% of the required parking, on-site parking, particularly in the CME zoning district, that would help meet 25% of the non-residential parking requirements. So for mixed-use projects. And then we're proposing 8 Tier 2 incentives, which look at reductions in landscaping, particularly in the parking lot, and the quantity of shrubs and trees that are required. Setbacks, looking at reductions in setbacks up to 25%, and then additional setback reductions for rear and side setbacks that abut open space. And then looking at reductions of open space standards and increases of site coverage standards. And then for parking, we're proposing an incentive to reduce parking for non-residential units up to 15%. So just to give you a quick summary on how this works out, for all projects, for all deed-restricted housing projects, you have to meet the minimum density, meet the minimum number of units, meet the minimum number of deed-restricted units, and the minimum objective design standards. And then all projects get a density bonus, the inclusionary workforce housing exemption, parking reductions, staff level time extensions, and staff level review for small and medium-sized projects. And then a menu, you can select from a menu of development code standard incentives that we discussed based on how many deed restricted units you're providing. The next chapter that we're looking at making modifications to is the objective design standards, which was adopted back in 2023. As part of that, we looked at creating standards for multifamily residential projects to provide a streamlined approach for design. As part of that, we didn't necessarily look at specific historic design standards for compatibility within the historic preservation overlay district. It was, while all projects in the historic district would need to meet the objective design standards, there wasn't anything very specific or nuanced based on the historic design standards. The ones drafted in your staff report today, I think, is a first step effort to creating larger historic design standards that'll encompass more projects, look at character areas maybe, be a little more specific. This was just, when we were creating this project, we started drafting these design standards, and we realized that we thought, if it's going to apply to projects that we're trying to incentivize, it should probably apply to all projects within the historic design preservation and overlay district. So we're just applying it to all multifamily residential projects in the historic district, and even projects that are not using this deed restriction program. So if they want streamlined review, they can use these historic design standards. They would still be required to do HPAC review to review the intent of the historic design guidelines, just to give some feedback, but not necessarily. So then the historic design standards as crafted.
Yeah, so then does that mean that is there going to be a movement toward standards versus guidelines for single-family dwellings as well?
Yes, that's going to be contemplated by the HPAC at some point.
Can I ask another question?
Sure.
In 5 Church Street, there's like a ton of roundabouts now that don't show here. So has the boundaries remained the same even though the roundabouts aren't showing?
I don't believe the historic boundary has not changed.
It hasn't changed?
No.
So it looks like it's following what Breezy Cross called the swoop, which ain't there no more.
Yeah, I think the lines, we'll have to overlay it.
But it would just be a little bit even if it was, right? So it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, I think it's more about the private parcels that are out there than the streets, really.
Okay.
But while we're on the topic, is any a part of the rail yard also in the historic overlay?
No.
I know that's also not even part of this.
Yeah, no. There are 3 parts within the historic design standards: general standards that apply to all projects, and we look at materials and architectural features, site features, lighting. And then there's a section about modifications to existing historic resources, so both detached and attached modifications are part of this section. And then looking at new construction and modifications to non-historic structures. So I've highlighted a couple items within these standards for your consideration. Obviously, anything that in that section we can discuss, or any of these items. I just wanted to make sure you're reviewing these bigger ticket items. We're proposing for new construction that there be a cap on how big of a building structure it can be. So we're proposing an allowed floor area and allowed for smaller sites, and an allowed FAR for larger sites, which equal 120% or less of median size of historic structures within 250 feet of the project site on either side on the same side of the street. And the reason why we're looking at just the same side of the street rather than both sides is because there are differences in geography that have changed in how a character area develops, such as High Street, where the north side is very upsloped and the south side is very downsloping, and there's very different designs within those 2 areas within the same character area. We're also proposing a front setback standard that relates to the adjacent structures, similar to the same as the 250 as we saw before, where within the front setback has to be within 20% of the average of the distance from the street or property line of historic structures on the same side of the street. So just want to make sure you're taking a look at that.
Is that historic structures or any structure?
Historic structures. There are some caveats and steps. If we find that there are no historic structures in that same area, then you can look at all structures. But yes, it is complex.
Yeah.
And then there's some minor corrections that were provided by a planning commissioner that I'm going to incorporate since they're non-substantive.
Could you
Thank
go
you.
back, please?
Sure.
I'm trying to calculate what on earth 20% of the average of the,
So if you've calculated the front setback for properties within 250 feet of the property,
and let's just start with a setback is just, what's the requirement in the historic district? Like 10 feet from the property line? 20?
50, I believe it's 15 for residential, and then for like downtown mixed use, it's 0.
So why would this be any different?
Oh, it's just based off of actual constructed setbacks of historic structures. Like where did
Are they sometimes much deeper?
Yes.
I mean, I didn't walk to people's front doors figuring that might cause some alarm.
Yeah, it varies pretty substantially by character area, I would say. Like a lot of the homes on High Street are much closer to the street, and so we have used that standard before for the director to approve a reduction in front setback so that they could better match setbacks for the character area.
So just to clarify some math, so let's say you find your comparable set. The average setback is 10 feet. You can do 20% plus or minus on that, so you can
Yes.
be 8 to 12. Got it. That's what this is saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's some funk in the historic district with regard to
I think it makes
the
sense,
setbacks. Yeah, and so that may be why you were proposing to offer some flexibility there.
Offering flexibility would not have this rule at all.
While still
do
maintaining
have
historic
setbacks.
Flexibility
character.
would have
yes.
no rule. That's flexible. That's flexible.
And also, in that historic district, which we have all been looking at,
And living.
some of us do.
I too have walked the river area character
Yes.
district.
So is there multifamily, are you allowed to build a multifamily
Yes.
house? You can,
Yes.
but it can't be any higher than 1 story. I'm not seeing, because there's the historic relationship, right, which we were discussing not so long ago, where it shouldn't be taller than a certain amount, right? So I'm not saying we shouldn't allow multifamily units there. I'm just questioning if that's in line with the character of the historic district, and if it isn't, then that should be clarified, that that is not a zone where you would put a multifamily. I'm neither for nor against. I think we should clarify that because
Yeah, there are. Sorry.
there are.
There are some there, and then there's a historic hotel, and I think there's some old apartments
Yeah.
above some things.
I think it's basically saying,
and
like,
then
if you're building
some
next to
old
Cabonas,
ADUs.
you can also put an apartment above your shop,
Yeah.
right? That's kind of what it's saying. But if you're building, like, at the other end of the street where it's really short or, like, small, like, you can't. But it's trying to do it in an objective design standards way, which is challenging. But we definitely need to dive into this, but maybe we can let the staff report.
It's on our list.
Okay, and just to give you a brief overview how these objective design standards layer on each other. So multifamily residential projects outside of the historic district can meet the objective design standards, and that's it for design review, or they could choose to do voluntary design review with our design guidelines. Multifamily residential projects in the historic district, not part of this deed restriction program, can meet the objective design standards and the historic design standards, but are still required to go through HPAC. And then, or they could go through voluntary design review with HPAC and based off the design guidelines. Mixed-use projects where less than 2/3 of the floor area is residential, that's not considered a residential project. They are not subject to the objective design standards or the historic design standards, and they would go through flexible design review. Deed-restricted multifamily projects, so within this program that we're discussing tonight, those projects that are outside of the historic district would have to meet the minimum objective design standards that are within that chapter, and there's no flexible design approach path within that chapter. And then deed-restricted multifamily residential projects in the historic district would be required to meet the minimum objective design standards in the chapter and these historic design standards that are before you today.
Just a wording thing, since we did bring up the word flexible earlier. Flexible review for the public's consideration or information means going through the traditional design review process. So it may not be a streamlined review. It may, in fact, the flexible review may, in fact, be a longer review.
Yes. Okay. Our HPAC reviewed this last week, and they provided some pretty specific feedback on the material uses, and they also are very excited to look at the future historic design standards to expand it to other projects, but they also want to preserve a subjective review pathway for projects in general. So we have incorporated all of their specific requests related to design in the code language that's before you today. The third chapter that we're making substantial changes to is within the plan development chapter. Our council wanted to preserve a plan development pathway for deed restricted projects just in case they couldn't meet all of the requirements. We're proposing to add a new project mandatory feature. So right now there's the project mandatory feature for affordable housing units, LEED green certification, and then a public amenity. So we're proposing to add a new project mandatory feature that is specific to the deed restricted units. And we're requiring that the project have 5 or more residential units and the residential floor area is equal to or greater than half of the floor area of the project. So it's at least 50% residential, and then 100% of the residential units are deed restricted. So additionally, we've said that the project has to be consistent with the objective standards and the objective design standards and the historic design standards if applicable, but they could request amendments to the balconies, decks, and patios standard, the storage standard, request a greater number of incentives than what's allowed within the table, and then change the flexibility within each incentive. So asking for more front setback reduction or more site coverage, that could all be looked at within the plan development. So as part of this discussion today, we're asking Planning Commission to discuss whether or not you believe that this project mandatory feature encourages use of the standard incentive ordinance. So when crafting this, we didn't want to make the plan development so easy or so enticing that the whole chapter that we're creating is just not even considered. We want to give that program a chance to actually work, to create a streamlined review process, make sure it's and not just make that chapter there for no reason, I guess. We've also wanted to make sure that the project mandatory feature would actually create a superior project. That's the whole intent of the plan development. It's supposed to elevate a project beyond what our standard development requirements would allow. We want projects to really consider how will their project be a benefit to our community as a whole, both in site design, architectural design, and in the deed restricted units. And then the Planning Commission should consider whether or not design review should be more flexible. It could be within this plan development finding process, or it could potentially be within, we could talk about it if it's in the standards chapter. Should we find a pathway where they don't need to meet the objective design standards, they don't need to necessarily meet the historic design standards, as long as they're willing to go through the traditional review process with Planning Commission or with staff. So should more flexibility be considered as part of this plan development? So that's before you today. So just to reiterate the potential options for any developer who wants to do a housing project in the town of Truckee, we still have the standard planning process available. You can still comply with our town standards for density, inclusionary housing, and development standards, and go through a flexible design review or the streamlined residential review, and you can process your application that way. You can also use the plan development process, so you can use other mandatory features. The 25% affordable units could be used instead of the deed restricted projects, and there's a little more open discussion about the development standard flexibility, and you can still use that process. There's also the state density bonus law, which is of course an option for all housing projects that comply with those requirements. They would just have to meet the minimum density requirements of that chapter, get the additional density allowed, and request the incentives and concessions provided by that law. And then this program, you can comply with the minimum qualifications, identify which development standard incentives you will be used. You can also do the standard option, and then there's also the plan development option, where you would just have to meet the project mandatory features discussed today. Here's a list of all the other related development code cleanups. I'll go over them quickly, I hope. We're proposing changes to Article 3, looking at mixed-use developments, saying that manufacturing mixed-use projects have to be at most 50% residential. We still want to have manufacturing uses. We don't want it to be more residential than manufacturing in the M zoning district. We're also proposing changes to the zoning clearance section and the development permit section to accommodate this new deed restricted housing incentive review process. The same thing with the historic design review. We're exempting historic design review for projects that meet the historic design standards in the deed restricted housing projects. We're clarifying in the streamlined residential review that the objective design standards need to be used for the state density bonus projects. We're proposing some clarifying cleanup language to affordable housing controls related to the above moderate income household, requiring that if we want to change our affordable housing requirements to allow for rentals to non-qualifying households, then that would have to be consistent with the deed restriction. Updating our affordable housing agreement to include also workforce housing agreement. Proposing updates to the inclusionary housing ordinance to require off-site inclusionary housing requirements to be reviewed under an alternative equivalent proposal, since it's kind of unclear how that is used within the strict application of our inclusionary housing requirements. And then updates to our workforce housing ordinance to clarify the purpose of the workforce housing ordinance, since it's not just for low-income housing, it's also for employee housing. Require the same, where the off-site workforce housing requirements have to be reviewed through that alternative equivalent proposal. Clarify that the goal is to further housing within Truckee rather than the Truckee region, which is undefined. Modify the FAR incentives for projects in the M zone and the CG zoning districts to align with the general plan FAR increases, and then remove allowances that are not consistent with other town policies and reference the state density bonus law for pathways for other incentives and concessions. Since publication of this staff report, we've received 2 public comments, one from Rob Olson, who supports the staff recommendation and efforts to find housing solutions, and then a public comment from Hayes Parzibach from Paradigm 8, who's requested an increase in flexibility and objective and general design standards. They want to see us preserve a robust planning development pathway. They would like to see the code avoid overly prescriptive requirements related to unit mix, massing breaks that reduce project feasibility. So there's a lengthy public comment within the Laserfiche file for your reference. So tonight's staff's recommendation is to adopt Resolution 2025-15, taking the following actions: recommending the amendments to be exempt from CEQA because adoption of this ordinance is not a project pursuant to sections 15062C2 and 15060C3, and because under sections 15061B3, the amendments are exempt because it can be seen with certainty that the provisions contained herein would not have a potential for causing a significant effect on the environment, and recommending approval to the town council of these amendments to create the deed restricted housing incentives ordinance and related cleanup amendments. I have outlined the discussion topics that I've highlighted within this presentation. I'm sure you have other ones that you would like to discuss further. I'm here for questions, and I apologize for going so quickly, but I would like to turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. That was a lot to cover. Take a breath. What I'd like to do now is, I think we have asked a couple of specific clarifying questions, but what I would ask from my fellow commissioners is if you have some like orbit level clarifying questions, ask them now, and then we'll hold off on other clarifying questions to kind of during the next part of our deliberation, because I'm sure we're going to have plenty of them. Okay, we're going to skip that section then. I'm going to, just for a preview, I'm going to open public comment, and then when we're done with that, we'll take a short break before we go into the next spot. So I'm going to open public comment. If you have a public comment, line up at the podium. You're limited to 3 minutes. Fill out a comment form and hand it to Kaylee afterwards. That's Kaylee over there. Oh, state your name too.
I think I just turned off. My name is Brian Helm. I'm with business partners with Hayes Parzibach and Blair Porteous. And so, good evening. Want to thank staff for the thoughtful work that's gone into the general and objective design standards update for deed restricted housing. I'm hopeful that you saw our detailed comment letter that we sent on behalf of our development team that provides significantly more detail than what I'm able to share in 3 minutes. With respect to the objective design standards, which define eligibility to use both the new deed restricted housing code as well as the existing plan development code, I wanted to highlight 2 key items from our comment letter. First, we would request that staff make the deed restriction duration included in the code match what's used in homegrown housing, which is the 55 years. It wasn't clear why the code revision meant to encourage participation would add additional mitigation burdens to discretionary affordable housing projects. The second, we would request that staff consider eliminating the restrictions on the development program, including percent of specific unit types. These prescriptions will only serve to eliminate design flexibility that's required to make these really challenging projects feasible, and will have no way of responding to changing market needs like change in the employment base or what projects are going on around us. We just can't predict what will be there, and it may not be the right restriction in the future. And to my knowledge, there's no other land use type in Chapter 18 that places this type of restriction on design, and it's not clear why we'd want to do so on a discretionary use type we would like to see encouraged. The good news is the homegrown housing program provides a much better mechanisms for staff to achieve the goal of encouraging a diverse mix of unit types. They could do this by revising the deed restriction incentives to be issued on a per bedroom basis versus per unit as an example, and that would allow the town to have direct influence on the unit mix through incentives without restricting it in code and limiting potentially project feasibility. With regards to the general design standards, which are focused on the Tier 1 and Tier 2 standards, we think staff did a really good job of starting to increase flexibility for these types of projects. For projects under the 1 acre threshold, we respectfully request 2 adjustments. On max coverage, we would suggest for these smaller parcels to allow up to 75% coverage on RM zone parcels. The current revised language would only allow up to 57% coverage on these smaller parcels. For example, Edmonds, just parking and circulation alone was about 50% of the total coverage, so there'd barely be anything left, and pretty much every small project's going to go through PD at that point. Minimum open space is sort of the same issue. For small parcels, the open space is largely just a measurement of the side yard setbacks and the front and rear yard setbacks. It's not really providing much benefit, and so we
Thank you. I'm sorry. We have to
ask
cut you
that
off
you
right now.
be able to eliminate that.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Blair Porteous. I'm with Sage Modern. We're the architect at Edmonds Loft and have done other projects, commercial and residential projects in the town of Truckee, and I'm working with Hayes and Bryan. To finish the comments, so finally we're concerned about the flexibility of the plan development process. The proposed revision to code creates a circular reference tied to the eligibility requirements included in the deed restricted housing section of the code. This revision eliminates our ability to use flexible design review or the PD process to request relief from objective design standards for future projects. Given the incredibly complex, interrelated nature of code, preserving the existing level of the PD flexibility is essential if we want to help these projects deal with unforeseen challenges that may arise in the future. We'd request that the PD project mandatory features be preserved as requiring a minimum of 25% deed restricted housing as moderate or low for sale or for rent. Just give my time. I also want to comment a little bit more, and thank you very much for all the hard work that's gone into this. It's not easy. It's a very daunting project, and we're trying to make it, more flexible and easier to get more housing built for the people in Truckee. I wanted to comment a little bit on the objective design standards quickly. With regards to kind of patios, balconies, decks, storage, and so on. I mean, it's very clear that these provide benefits, but, many of the people who come to the town of Truckee or the area are coming here because of the outdoor space and want to be engaging in the outdoor space. And I think being able to more flexible, similar to what Yumi kind of described in her presentation is like, say, perhaps let's give 50 square feet and let the developer or the ultimate owners or renters decide how this space wants to be, whether or not 50 square feet goes to a balcony or to storage or for bike storage, et cetera. I think allowing it to be more flexible allows the developer and the community to kind of get the needs as they ebb and flow through time. Similarly, on the parking, I mean, the town has very much adopted recent code to encourage more biking, more bike storage, more bike lockers, et cetera. Yet we're still being tied to old parking regulations. I think what we'd recommend that the town adopts is basically the state levels of parking, which is 1 parking space for studio and 1 bedrooms, 1.5 for 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms, and 2.5 for 4 bedrooms and above, and no guest parking. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Hayes Parzybuck, Paradigm 8. Just one additive comment, I think, to perhaps put a finer point on the unit mix prescription as the homegrown housing program is currently written without modification there. This new requirement, if you went this avenue, would likely kill any potential project because twos or anything really above a 1 bedroom just is not financially feasible.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'm closing public comment. Right now, we're going to take a brief, and I do mean brief, break. Let's reconvene at 6:45, 9 minutes from now. Thank you.
Units were on their mind. Great.
I'm reconvening the meeting now. Sorry, saddle up, everybody. Now we're opening deliberation and discussion. I just want to advise everybody in the room, we've got a lot to cover. I'm gonna try to keep us organized, but we're probably gonna do a little tangential thing here and there. I'm gonna propose to all of you, my fellow commissioners, that this is the order we address the things in. And then first I'll ask a clarifying question. This is a pretty large one. If we don't approve these or approve these with modifications today, how long will it be before these could go in effect likely, or what's the possible time frame here?
If you decide you need more time, the next planning commission meeting where we can hear this again is in January. So that'd be the next time you could hear it, then you would forward a recommendation to council, could be maybe February, we take it, and then it'd go into effect in March or April.
Okay, so that's, we could hustle, we can try. I think we have it in us. There's a lot here. So major topics, we have there's the review process, there's decks, balconies, and patios, which maybe we can just shorthand call decks from here on out. We've got storage, we've got parking, we've got the historic design standards, and we've got the plan development questions, and then I'm certain that there will be some specific questions about some of the language.
I have additional topics.
Another
I wanna tackle.
topic, okay.
Are we open? Okay.
We're listing topics now.
I want to talk about the studio restriction.
Yep, I think that especially with the public comment that warrants that, yep.
There was something else in the public comment about 50 years versus perpetuity, so I guess we should talk about that. Flexible, whether we can allow flexible design review, actually, is that already in Yumi?
Yeah, the review process.
It is. Okay, I couldn't remember. Thank you. I know.
Well, I think the purpose of objective is to not be flexible.
It's sort of like a branching fork, I think. It's like, if I can't meet this, I have to go this way. But then that gives us, as a town, more input, which not terrible. And then I wanted to add, this is kind of out of left field, guys, but I spent some time on AMIs, and I want to have a conversation about that, and how to particularly incentivize this program for two-person households, because there's a pretty big penalty in the way the AMI structure is written for a two individual household that are both earning income. So I can share data, but
I do question whether that's topical for our meeting tonight. I think it's an interesting topic.
No,
What
is
do you all
that a
think?
general plan issue? Was that defined in the general plan update, or is that something that's on the table for us to talk about?
You can talk about it, an AMI discussion, it will be part of the council's discussion, so you could forward a recommendation.
yeah,
Because we've had the 120 to 180 of AMI apply to this, so,
it's to
okay.
keep that,
All
but to
right.
do it on an average basis instead of whole household basis. That solves the problem for two-person households, basically, which is already being done, I think, in a different housing program.
We'll get to it.
Yeah, so
AMIs,
I want to add
It's
it.
on the list, okay.
And then I also want to talk about, I think it's under tier 2 incentives, the coverage, open space, and setback incentives. That's my list, I think.
Others?
We'll add to it as we go.
Okay, I'm sure we will. Maybe we should pick an easy one first. I'm not sure there is one.
I also had a very high level question that we didn't start with, but I think it might be worth asking, which
Start
is
there.
for staff. Tell us a little bit about the goal. Like, how many units would you like to see come through this? Like, why are, what's in 2 years from now, let's say we look back and we say, wow, this was a huge success because X, because we saw how many projects or how many units. Like, I just to help us
Are we
benchmark.
not shooting for 1,500 by 2030, and we're somewhere
Yeah,
in
and
the
I actually wanted
700s
to
now?
bring that up because if in 2022 we were looking for 1,500 units and we're already up to 798, why are we even worried about it? We did that in 2 years. Is that what I'm hearing, or?
I believe that's all of our deed restricted units across since before even the
Time immemorial, right? So when did we start doing deed restrictions?
We have older projects like Sierra Villages before we incorporated, I believe, and that's.
Oh, okay. So some of them are that old. Okay.
I just think it'd be helpful to know like how many we're trying to, what are we really trying to achieve here? So we know like how far to go with each incentive. That's kind of how I'm thinking. And just so we can look, when we do look back at this 2 years from now, we can say, oh, we did hit that or we didn't.
We need to be careful because in the verbiage that the town staff came up with, the general plan directs the town to require all new development to incorporate high-quality site design, architecture, and planning, which is pretty much the opposite of affordable. So we're already in a balancing act before we even get rolling. So
There are differences in what's required, or developers are allowed to have a different level of, I don't know if fit and finish is the word, but whether it's appliances and amenities in a unit.
on the inside, but on the outside, they're looking for the same, and that's, I think, restrictive as far as costs are concerned and trying to justify it to a bank.
Okay. The difference between.
Just to interject, the purpose of this language, which I didn't really make that clear, I think, in my presentation, is to find a balance between the town's desire for high-quality architecture and site design and the need and desire for housing within our community. So that was a directive from our council. There was some desire for the minimum objective design standards. If you find that some of those design standards are too restrictive, but you want them to be objective, we can look at other alternatives for those objective standards, or if there's interest in providing a flexible design path, that is a separate branch. It does provide more discretion to whoever the review authority is. It's
Right.
not as streamlined, but that is a pathway that you could consider tonight. And to answer Commissioner Toop's question, there isn't a specific number that we have come up with. That might be something you, as a commission, could recommend to the council. I think we see this as an experiment, trying to see if this works, see what comes out of it. If it is too strict, we can always amend it. If it is if it is not creating the units we want to see and it's not as desirable as we want, we can change the code then as well. And we can always monitor and review and come back to you.
I'd like to keep the experiments to a minimum. We are dealing with people's lives here.
I will have some questions for staff a little bit later about monitoring, just as a warning. Where I'd like to start actually is AMI, because it does affect eligibility. Please,
I will share some data.
Yeah, let's everybody remember, we got a lot to go through, so let's all try to
We'll
stay.
be quick. Is there any chance the data? I talked to Yumi earlier today. There's a slide I'm told. Basically, what I did is I started and I pulled wage data, median wage data from town of Truckee, Truckee Fire Protection District, Tahoe Forest, and I kind of chose like entry-level jobs to see like who could qualify for these things, right? So I chose maintenance facility worker 1, custodian town, nurse, firefighter, police officer, police trainee. And like you'd expect, well, not police, but most of them qualify they would qualify under the 180 income, right? If they're doing it on their own, if they're going for a 1-bedroom or a studio by themselves. That's great. That's what we want to see. The problem came as soon as let's say they have a roommate and they have the same job, or they have a partner or a spouse and they have the same job, and they go in together. All of them, except the custodian and the police trainee, would break the 180 AMI. So the numbers here on the left side is their annual income with no overtime. I assume a 15% overtime, just kind of random number, kind of pulled that from some of the data. I put that against our AMI numbers, equivalent AMI. If it's one person on the left in that column E, you can see it's 100, 100, 120, 150. The police officer hits the 180, so they'd be just at that level. But as soon as they double their income, if they have two people with that same income, that's column F, and then it shows what AMI they would end up under column G. Because the way the HUD and the state of California have written the AMIs is that even though you have a second person in your household, your income limit only goes up by like 15%. It doesn't double. A solution to this that a town has contemplated, and I don't exactly understand how it works, so maybe you can jump in, is we use an average, or how does it work, or per bedroom basis?
I might turn this over to Lynn.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, so we use an average AMI for lease to locals and rooted renters, which are our rental programs. And so those are based on 150% AMI average. Especially in our rental programs, we tend to have more households with roommates. And so that's based on the average adult income. So they average the adults in the home, and that has to be under 150% AMI average for one. So that would be 130,800 for at the 150 level that we use for our rental programs.
Thank you so much. I know, my recommendation to this commission would be to forward a recommendation to council to use that same formula for the eligibility criteria here, so as not to punish, people with roommates or two parents who work, that kind of thing. So yeah.
Do you feel that's been working out well?
Yes, we did that specifically because the first year, under the pilot of lease to locals, we found that there were a number of roommate households that were not qualified. And when we looked at the data, that was why. And so it has worked well for our rental programs. We also actually do a calculation for single parents as well. I think it's like 1.25 times that AMI, but that's getting into the weeds a bit.
We have evidence that it works. I would be behind making the recommendation to change it to that formula.
Yeah, essentially it would just qualify more households
Yes.
to afford these units, these deed restricted units.
Right, but the revenue, the rent stays the same.
Because you're trying to address the missing middle, right? With the 120 to 180. And how, do we have a calculation of how many units we think we're short for that group of folks?
No.
I see one.
I can look that up real quick. Hold on.
Thank you. Is there, and is a corollary question is, if we were to make that change, would you anticipate that there would be anybody that would be unfairly excluding? Don't think so, but I'm just going to ask.
The key thing is, right, the rent still stays at the 120. It's as though they made income at the 120. So I think
It doesn't seem like it would be to me, but.
And the rent is defined as 30% of total household income?
Yeah.
Before or after taxes?
Divide by 12.
Before tax.
Before.
Which I understand is above market for a lot of these units anyway. Okay, so I'm hearing everyone's okay with that. Yeah. Okay, let's move on.
Can we start a note with our recommendations, please, that we'll be able to refer back to later? And then say that we'd like to use their formula. Awesome. One down.
Add the 1.2.
Maybe a related one that's also pretty quick is and this is maybe also just a clarification question, the deed restriction length. What is it stated in the program versus is it stated somewhere else?
Perpetuity, is it not?
In the program, the deed restriction is in perpetuity, and then I believe the current deed restriction program for funding is for 55 years, and it changes, and it re-ups once the property is sold. And then in all of our other inclusionary and affordable housing requirements that the town has adopted, those are all in perpetuity.
So if we were to do something that limited it to a certain time, then the only thing we're doing is making a requirement of our colleagues 55 years in the future.
Yes, I mean, it would mean that in 55 years, the property would lose its deed restriction,
Or upon sale.
if that's the language you put.
Wait. Every sale re-ups the 55 years?
That's what the existing
Okay.
funding requirements require.
I think we should
So
match
isn't that perpetuity then?
That's
If every
basically
time you sell the
perpetuity,
house,
yeah.
it's useless.
No, but I think the point is to put a number, like legally perpetuity things get complicated. One, two, for like amortization math, they're even worse. So generally you want a number, right? Like it's not great to just put perpetuity.
Forever.
Right. And so I think 55 plus a re-up to every time it transfers, I think effectively creates perpetuity, but has cleaner math for people. So to me, better to use that number which matches the money side.
Yes.
There's I like consistency.
Just
Can
creating
we,
a slum.
Sammy?
I mean, I like perpetuity a little bit more. I know it creates a little bit of confusion, but the other thing that I'm aware of is like 100-year leases. So maybe a 100-year and that up every time. But that's also for not residential, where I'm taking that example from.
Well, the other residential, the program, 55 years to match. I would go for the 55 years.
I would
you be
match the
okay with
money.
it? Could you live
Yeah.
with it if we did that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm hearing, unless anybody rejects
we're good with
it.
the
We're good
55.
with that one. Can you add that one too, please? Awesome. There's another one.
Okay, so you want to do the 15%? I had that highlighted also.
The
Yeah.
studios.
Okay, this one's a little trickier. Yeah, so the restriction on the number, or the types of units, number and types of units, can we get the corresponding slide, please? Now, it's my understanding, which we discussed in our last meeting, is that the requirement for the units was based somewhat on what we were seeing market desire for.
That's impossible because the last time we were here, we were told that the most requested unit is a studio, and that's
Studio.
what we just heard at public comment.
So the 15% number came from a draft regional needs assessment that we are in the midst of finalizing that said that the unmet need within our town for studio units is about 16%. And that's why we use the 15% number just to get
And
to
with the units we've approved in the last 2 or 3 meetings, we've started to meet that need.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of this is, prior discussion with council, especially when we did Innovate Gateway, we had some discussions about the functionality of studios. I do think practically we have seen, on our waiting list for our affordable housing projects that there's a lot of single person households. And so a studio would fit their needs. That's actually quite a bit of our waiting list. And so although we're proposing this, you can definitely talk about a different number, but it was sort of based on that and then council's prior discussion.
I was at the council and heard that, they want to see a mix. I respect that. Council have met and talked about this like 2 or 3 times, but I don't love this way of enforcing a mix. I prefer a little bit more incentive focused. So like AMI change that we all just agreed to is like one of those, right? That's just like, we just with that stroke, like solved the 2-bedroom issue for many people. So that's going to encourage more 2 bedrooms for developers. We are not talking about the monetary incentives for this program, but I think there's ways to solve it there, right? To incentivize per bedroom instead of per unit. I just am uncomfortable with any kind of like this sort of cap in the code because I can't really predict what the future might be. Like, what if Sugar Bowl wants to build 12 units of studios for their employees? Like, and they know from their employees that they just want studios. Like, we're going to tell them like, no, you can't. Like, it just seems odd. I don't know. Like, I'm uncomfortable with that level of restriction in this part of the code. Even though I understand we need a mix, I just think we should encourage that mix in other manners.
And we need a mix. Why? If the requests of studios, why do we need a mix at all?
Good point.
And why isn't the market making that decision? Why are we, as a government, telling the market what they have to do? I don't understand.
Did the RENA provide any guidance about a gap in other unit types?
It's the regional, it's the housing needs assessment, not the RENA. It's a different, it's a study that we're conducting as a community. Yes, they did give numbers for 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms. I can try to pull that up for you.
But I mean, Commissioner Claren, to your point, some of it's because the market hasn't delivered those units to date. And so that's something that council discussed, that whether it was lack of demand or, inability to make them pencil, whatever it was, people weren't building them. Maybe they were building some ADUs or the equivalent of a junior ADU, but we really don't have a lot of studio options.
I mean, the worst case, if we take this restriction
Then why would
out,
we limit it?
Yeah, the worst case is we get a lot of studios. So the worst case is studios become cheap, and then developers will stop building studios, right? Like that's what would happen. in a
That's
free
how a market works.
Yeah,
But it's
so,
also like site constraints. And if we're looking at these small, irregular sites, and studios might be the only thing that fits to make the project pencil, to get the number, to hit the density. Like it just, there could be issues.
Yeah, I like the idea of dictating a little bit less.
I like the concept Jason came up with, incentivizing. So then that gives the developer the choice if they want to go in that direction or not.
So I think I would be comfortable if others, I'm hearing some agreement that we take out this development code restriction, but maybe forward a recommendation to council, say, hey, when you consider the monetary incentives, we're
Well,
not
to
considering
staff.
this, right?
Yeah, whoever,
That's
I
straight to
mean,
them.
this would be to throw this at the homegrown housing.
Homegrown housing monetary side of things. Like, think about ways to encourage a unit mix through that side, I think.
Or an appropriate unit
Inappropriate,
mix.
yeah. But again, like leaving it up to the market, leaving it up to the site to dictate.
I don't want to go too far down that road because there's some things that we do have to require in order for them to get done. But
I mean, does the incentive have to be financial, or could it be like the incentives that we're looking at now? Do we know?
No, I think in general, all things that make construction more flexible will create better choices, like let developers make better choices, right? And
I
think,
disagree.
Okay, fair point. But
Respectfully, I disagree.
I understand.
Not all things.
I do think the AMI thing that I raised is a big blocker for 2 bedrooms. That I think if we fix that, it really helps because it just made it so hard to qualify a 2-bedroom that did not have a child.
I wonder if the average public even knew that, though. Like, I wouldn't use that as a reason why nobody's requesting them. I think the market is mostly entry-level, single people that are quite happy with the studio and keep their rent costs down so they can go out and buy toys.
As long as it has a place to put those toys, which is another one of
We'll
our
get into
topics.
that in a
We have
second.
for quite a few levers here, but it's an multivariate optimization process here. Okay, so it sounds to me like we're all okay with tossing that more towards any incentives on this, tossing some incentives over to the homegrown housing program and backing off on the unit mix requirements. Do we need to be more specific? Would you like us to be more specific on that, or is that sufficient, Yumi?
It's sufficient.
Great. Redone.
Thank you.
Okay.
Private balconies,
let's move
decks, and
into,
patios?
I think next, let's go with storage next.
I think
so
it's
I was what?
What?
Excuse me. What?
I think storage, balconies, decks, and patios are all connected.
They are because
Okay.
before we required storage, people just stored things on their balconies, which you can see plenty of evidence of. And during the general planning process, I freely admit that I was the proponent and the broken record for requiring storage in the units. And because you got to have a place to put your bike and your skis and your kayak, and that's why we live here. Some storage is a lot more useful than other storage. I don't want to back down on requiring storage, but the question that was, one of the questions or suggestions that was asked of us is consolidated storage possibly a way to provide, the potential for consolidated storage, is that possibly a way to provide more flexibility in design, lump the storage requirement into one place.
What would you envision on that? Like, sorry, give an example.
If you had the example, in fact, that was offered to us is if you had both, if all the storage was met by one storage area that's big enough for a bike and some other stuff, then it's useful storage, and it doesn't have to be one place or other. It doesn't have to be a storage here or there in any particular place. It could just be on site.
Like an alternative equivalent, kind of.
Kind of, but it still has to be on site and readily accessible.
I'm okay with balconies being storage. I guess that's the.
I'm not. I'm not okay with decks being storage. I don't think they should. I don't
My-
think they
my
should
co-
be the same thing. They have two different purposes. And if you look at, what's the development called by Spring Hill Suites?
Yes, Coburn.
Go drive through there
Yeah.
sometime and look at all the stuff that's on the decks.
What were you going to say, Amy?
I said oy vey is smear, which roughly translates to, oh boy.
It's more than that, but
Indeed. I would say, if I am thinking back to my younger self in New York City with an apartment roughly the size of this space right here, that living space was sufficient for one person and a cat, barely. But storage, and I did not have a balcony. There's just not a lot of balcony. There's a lot in Queens. You drive through Queens, you will see all kinds of fascinating things stored on balconies. And I also find that here you have this thing called snow, which accumulates on your balcony, and maybe you don't want to have to shovel because no one's going to shovel it. So my feeling is plenty of open space. In our particular area, and this is from talking to a lot of people, there's a lot of value in the open spaces that we have that are shared, right? And if you think about the toys that people like to keep here, I would say requiring storage is fine. I do not think we should require developers to produce balconies and decks and patios.
Because you're saying people can play outside everywhere else. Is that basically what you're saying? On the decks and patios thing?
And you can encourage some open space, but I would say demanding it just means what I think Sammy referred to, is that you have a small site and you barely have room to make that deed restricted incentive. And now you got to put a balcony on the thing. And I just, it may look, it's certainly fine if it looks nice and, you feel like that's a selling point, but that's not for us to decide.
So they can go that way if they feel like they need, get on higher rent or something, or get them, but
Yes.
but not.
I would say asking for some storage is good, especially when you're talking about like smaller units, and just not taking that out of the design requirement.
I'd like to just interject and ask whether the town has any way of monitoring how successful we have been with workforce, low-income, affordable units that both have and do not have storage, and we'll throw in balconies for that matter.
So I brought this up earlier when we had a conversation about the town does monitor our existing affordable housing projects. And as part of that, we do a sampling of going into the units. So these are units that people are currently living in. Oftentimes they're in the unit when we're doing the inspections. And it really gives us a different sense of how people are using those spaces. And in our observations from this last round of doing that, we did observe like a lot of people don't have enough storage. So they're buying after the fact storage. It's, put in the bathroom, or it's stuff next to the door because there aren't enough closet spaces, other things like that. Almost all of our affordable housing projects allow pets. And so having a balcony allows for a space for a pet to be able to go outside, or if they have kids, you can still have the kid be able to be sort of out in the air, but in your monitored space. So, I mean, they're used very different depending on, the person, but they're not all just used for storage. And I think it'd probably be used for storage even less if there was more storage available in the units themselves.
I think using a balcony as storage would go against the high quality site design architecture.
I don't think, I guess I like the idea of including the storage in the balcony, because if you don't make as much money, you can't afford as much of an apartment, and we've probably all been in that boat ourselves. I certainly was.
Oh, yeah.
But if we are able to accomplish this kind of housing and provide a quality, the type of quality that includes a little outdoor space and a little storage, it's much nicer. It encourages more workforce to live here. We want workforce. That workforce wants to live here. I have a hard time backing down on either of these requirements, but I'm open to tweaking them.
Coming into this, I was open to keeping them both. I think they're both a little too large. I'll say it. I've had balconies. I had like the best balcony in Washington D.C. and it was maybe 30 square feet. I grew like so many tomatoes there and served like meals out there. So like, you can do a lot with small spaces. Is my point. And to the point of like we're trying to make something that's affordable by design. I'm okay to keep it, but allow it to be smaller. That's one. Two, same feeling towards the storage. You know, when I lived in New York, my wall art was my bike. So like, I don't know, like, you know, you make do. But
My coat rack was my.
I also want to, I think for each of these, I want to be open to what I would call an alternative equivalent. So if a building says, look, the balconies just aren't going to work, but we're going to do a rooftop space and the square footage adds up to be the same or something like that, and maybe do some math on that, that to me should be a valid alternative equivalent. Same deal for the storage. Like if you have an enclosed garage, that counts as an alternative equivalent. Or if you get a locker in a shared space that's XYZ big enough, that counts as an alternative equivalent. So for each of these, I would kind of be open to flexibility there and also reducing the minimum.
So if you have one spot per studio and that's in a garage and they use it for storage, where's that car parking?
Like around the, you know.
Yeah, somewhere in the neighbor's yard or something.
No. Like, I mean, it depends. I mean, if they're storing like a ATV, then it's a bigger problem. But if it's just like, you know,
bikes on the side of
the customary 4 pairs of skis, like.
Those are small required garages. There's not much room for parking once you put a kayak in there.
I'm more on Amy's plane where the balconies, decks, and patios weren't as important as storage units. I heard Paradigm 8 mention something about combining and letting the tenants make the choice. Do they use their space as a storage? Do they use it as a deck or a patio? That kind of a thing, which goes back to storage as on your decks and balconies. Not a huge fan of seeing people's dirty underwear out on their decks and patios, but I get it that we're trying to do something affordable and that there's a line drawn somewhere along the line. So I think more flexibility with that, maybe Jason's concept of, what'd you call it?
Alternative equivalent. I mean, I used that from somewhere else in the code, but I'm stealing.
We'd have to objectively describe what
we'd have to define
available alternative, and we could consider also requiring a smaller deck. We could discuss how small can a deck be to be useful.
Right. I just want to, like, it's really hard to, like, if we're working within the world of the objective design standards, then they have to be objective so that we can streamline, or else we have to preserve those other pathways where they allow for these design deviations to do what they want to do to fit for their, you know, site or whatever. So does it fit in the objective design standards, or is there another pathway that it would fit better in if a project had to go that route?
Yeah, there's no flexible review approach for the deed restricted housing. So this overlaps with our review approach topic. But if we were to offer specific alternative equivalents, or we could ask the staff to perhaps develop a list of.
I thought there was already one about like a garage counting. Was that not in there?
For bike parking, we
For
allow
bike parking.
that to count. We could come up with a menu of alternatives that are objective for balconies. One could be the standard. The second could be common balconies. And we went down this path a little bit, and we weren't 100% sure what that looks like. How big of a common balcony is useful? Is it one per floor? Where does it go? Should there be potentially studios that be required to still have a balcony per unit? I mean, that's what we looked at. We also, as we discussed in the presentation, we looked at the amenities route, saying, hey, if you're required to do 50 square feet of deck, you have to so if you're not going to do a deck and you want to put that in an outdoor amenity, you have to do 50 square feet of an outdoor amenity combined with all of the other units. So if there's 100 units, that'd be quite a large.
Did I read somewhere that decks, patios, and balconies were the most requested amenity to be
They're one
removed from multiple, so I'm just throwing that out there too. So that's back to market again.
So another potential angle at looking at it could be to say, we say a certain percentage of the units have to have the deck in shorthand.
Yeah, that was what the staff report kind of mentioned. I do want to, I'm just like, I have the Edmonds Lofts approval in front of me. And I choose that because it's kind of like,
They're sitting there.
I know, but also it's like the max, I think, of what you could fit on that site and like still be economically feasible. It did have storage and it had balconies, I think. So it had, is that right? Both?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. And the in-unit storage of 14 to 40 square feet, that's kind of a big range. And 50 to 80 square foot patios. So they were pretty large. And then this one, what are we proposing to being the minimum size for the storage?
48 square feet. Oh, for storage, 40 square feet.
40 for storage and 48 for balcony. I think the 40 for storage is a lot. I mean, my house doesn't have that. That's a lot.
5 by 8.
And there was
5 foot by 8 foot would be 40 square feet.
and
That's
there was a developer willing to be in a partnership on the Edmonds Lofts. Something to remember.
But they
It wasn't like, it's like, oh, nobody will come. Well, somebody came.
Right. But my point is, on that one, some of the storage units were as small as 14. So requiring it at 40 for every single one seems kind of high.
So
Is there like a
for you spatial? So if you were to do 20 feet, if you were to cut that in half, then you'd be 4 by 5.
I'm fine with that.
how big some of our gear is over 5 feet long?
You need there's a height requirement in there as well, if I recall, and it was like 6 feet high.
5 foot
And a
6.
minimum
That's
of
again if we're using it for
2
5
feet
foot
wide
6, right? The height.
minimum, 6 foot high. So you could, but it's a
Yes.
bike size is what it was. But some of our gear is bigger than that. Yeah.
You could increase the height size. It's 5 foot 6 now.
Cubic space minimum, no.
Well, so you can put your kayak up against the wall, then
Something that people store in this town are e-bikes, and they're increasingly used as transportation. I personally use mine as transportation whenever I can.
But there are bike storage for everyone.
Yeah.
There is bike storage, but this is a potential overlap. This is a potential a combination here. Is there maybe you combine the storage areas, but if you want to store an e-bike, you don't want to have to carry it upstairs because they weigh 50 pounds or more, most of them, unless you have a lot of money. You don't want that to be upstairs. But if you were to allow a reduction or a combination of the two types of storage, bike and gear storage, maybe that would be useful or provide as an option, just one of the options.
What I'm hearing is
Provide flexibility
a
or
summary.
alternatives.
To
Options.
summarize, I'm hearing pretty strong consensus that people want both balcony and storage, and they want meaning. You're saying no, you don't care about the balcony, and Mitch also doesn't. Okay, but storage definitely. Am I hearing consensus on openness to letting the developer come up with ways to meet that need, or like wanting to see maybe a menu on the objective?
I like the
Yes, and
menu.
we could also just say, by bedroom, how many, maybe not specify exactly how many square feet, but say, let's say you have a building with 10 bedrooms. So you should provide X storage. And the way I've seen it work the best, and again, my reference point is a very dense city, is one space with like storage cages. And then you can choose. You can choose, I have a studio, but I want a big storage space. And so you pay a little bit extra in rent, or I don't need a storage space, or I want a very small space. And then you give everyone choices so you don't have a kayak in your living room as my friends did years ago. But somebody might not need it.
Okay, so
You
you're kind
could
of saying
detach
Right,
the
so-
rent
so-
of a storage from the rent of the, so right
But
now it's an amenity, but if you start detaching it, then you're allowing even more flexibility. I'm not, and I don't
I'm
think
just
that's what you
saying,
were
I'd
suggesting, but yeah.
rather than saying one per unit, okay, fine, but say, given units are different bedroom sizes, not bedroom numbers, and just do it that way and say there should be a minimum storage equivalent.
So for the whole
per
building,
bedroom.
there's 10 bedrooms in this building.
So-
let's say it's 5 units or it's 10 units, it doesn't matter. That would
Right.
need 200 or 300 square feet total somewhere in the building for storage.
Except we just talked about studios, which have no bedrooms.
It's a one bed, that's a
It's a
one.
one bedroom.
That's one, right? So, yes, in that way, then you give the designer of the architect of the building some flexibility in terms of whether they combine all of the storage into one place, or they put it in a separate building, or they give each one like a closet.
Make different size
That way
storage
you're not,
units.
because the 40 per square foot minimum may be absolutely not helpful to a 3-bedroom apartment, whereas way too much for someone who has a studio and, you
Is
know,
yeah, it
has
doesn't need
a
it.
very tidy life. Some of us do and some of us don't. So I'm trying to figure out ways to allow flexibility for the people building these buildings.
So I think I heard you suggest like a certain number of square feet for, like, per bedroom.
Yes,
For the
and-
whole development.
yeah,
And then allow the developer to,
figure out how to
the
distribute
proponent
that.
to figure out.
I mean, I like the idea of
and offer
apportioning it, but I still think we need a guideline in there or a standard that says per bedroom,
Right.
we need X amount of square feet, and apparently 40 is too much. Like, just so they understand how much is required for the building.
So
and then that
come up
can
with
be
a number,
apportioned.
24,
Hang on, who said-
6 by 4?
Yeah, I
Remind me
think
who said 40
Mitch,
feet was too much?
What's a standard
Did someone say
large
that? I could've
closet?
Did
made
someone
that
say
up.
40 feet was too much?
But we were talking about balconies being
Yeah, we
too
were
big.
talking about, is
I
40 feet
confused
of
myself.
storage too much? Is 40 feet the right, 40 square feet the right
I think it's
number?
too much.
40 feet would be a really nice walk-in closet.
Yeah, it's huge.
I
That's a
wanted
question.
that desperately when I had a one-bedroom
But
apartment. I
what if you don't
wanted
want
it
to
so
pay for
bad.
it? Like, that's the point, right?
Well,
The issue.
I don't know if storage is the thing that we should be charging for. If we're going to charge for things, which I don't know if that's what we're doing because this is all about affordability. I don't want to talk about parking, but
No,
Yeah,
I'm just
there's-
saying.
yeah,
So
but
here's
it's
the
like it can
concept,
be-
right?
It
So-
could be offered with some units and not with others. If the
You don't even-
the
you just-
proponent decides how they want to offer it or build it, how they want to
It's
rent it, what
you
they
have a
wanna
base
associate with.
price for a studio of $1,500 for the month, right? And then if you want the small storage unit, it's $1,550, and if you want the mediums, it's $1,575, and if you want the bigger one, it's $16.
Yeah, I'm just
It's
saying
just that easy.
No, I'm just saying when we require a ton of cost in the construction to add storage spaces, if they're too large, you're adding that cost is showing up on everyone's rent, right? Not just the person that uses the storage.
well, I also think that
Depends what
if
the
we're doing
rental
it per
table looks like.
bedroom, right now it's 40 square feet per unit. So if we start doing it per bedroom, we're going to be adding way more storage. And I don't know if that's our goal here.
Yeah, it's too much to do it.
Like,
if you
we
do it per
don't need,
bedroom.
yeah,
Yeah, so
potentially
if you did
120
24
square
feet
feet
per
for a
per
3-bedroom.
unit.
Perhaps a smaller
So maybe
number
we're
per bedroom is that's what I was kind of getting at. Is like if we had, that's the minimum for the whole development, could be, and then the proponent can decide how they could configure it, how they want to rent it, how they.
I
So
do
it'd be
20.
40 square foot per unit,
I don't know if
regardless
it's
of number
40.
of bedrooms.
Maybe it's
Well, I'm just
smaller.
trying to think how this,
Per
how someone
bedroom.
could read these standards
so you-
and build it.
Okay, I'm building a development that has 8 units, and it's 20 square feet per. Oh, sorry, that has let's call it 10 bedrooms in my development. I don't care how the units are configured. 10 bedrooms, and we say it's 20 square feet per bedroom. So they have to build 2,000 square feet of storage.
yeah.
Is that it?
200.
Is that right? 200 square feet of storage. Configure it how they want, and they can decide how to attach it to the rent. Decide how to configure it, where to put it.
Right.
And,
fine with that.
And if they don't do a good job of it, people aren't going to want to live there.
Right. I'm okay with this. I think I would pick something like 20 or 25 per bedroom.
Not a bad number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking at staff, can
My
you write? Is this
Walk-in
objective
closet
enough,
in
or
my
is this
house
too
is
chaotic?
5 by 5.
Sorry, can
as
you
I'm
repeat
thinking
the
about
number
it.
you proposed?
It's tight, but I fit on
Instead
my
of per
agenda.
unit standard, go with a per bedroom
my wife
standard, and
stuff.
we're circling around a 20 or 25 square foot per bedroom standard.
Assigning it to the development as a whole, total number of bedrooms in the development times, say, 20. They get to configure it and sell it how they want.
And that's
It's
considered,
objective.
a studio is a one bedroom.
It's one
And
bedroom.
a studio counts as one bedroom, yes.
A one-bedroom apartment counts
I
as
told my
one
parents I
bedroom.
had a one-bedroom,
A
Mitch,
two-bedroom
when I had a
apartment
studio,
counts as
so.
two-bedroom.
And the dimensions, the at least 2 feet in length and width and 5.5 feet in height, is that okay with?
I would stick with that because
Yes.
you can put a bike in it. Although, yeah, Sammy mentioned that. Some equipment's larger than that. I assume that was developed to hold a bike.
2 feet is a minimum for a clothing closet in your bedroom.
Yeah.
2
2
foot
feet's
wide.
good.
Just so you can
I don't
picture it
think
in
the
your head.
intent is to make sure all types of gear will fit into the storage. I
Right.
think it's just to provide
Yeah.
some storage.
Right.
I have an origami kayak. I can put it in my closet.
So, balconies, decks, and patios?
What's the minimum
Okay,
size?
I think we
Oh,
just,
sorry.
I think unless we want to overlap this with decks, I think we just gave you a recommendation for
Storage.
storage. Okay, and we'll review that at the end. Balconies, decks, and patios. Right now, our minimum is 48 square feet per unit.
And there's 2 votes on the dais for eliminating this requirement entirely.
I suggest I'm open to reducing it or requiring it for only some of the units.
I'm open to both of those. I'm not sure I want to go with elimination entirely.
I think there should be.
Having spent a lot of time living in multifamily buildings, this was like the most prized of amenities. So I strongly suggest that we keep it. I know how difficult it is to make it pencil, but it's, and I also know we have all this nature and love to get out. Sometimes having that private space is really nice. So I'm okay with downsizing, making it smaller, reducing the requirement. I don't know. I mean, and I want to provide some flexibility if it doesn't work for every unit.
What about common space? What about an alternative common space that?
But I would be in favor, but I feel like that creates more challenges. Looking for a larger common space.
How big is it?
I think if a building needs
Exactly.
that, can they just do flexible design review or plan development?
If they want to eliminate
If they want to
them?
do I'm going to make this awesome rooftop that everyone can come hang out
There
at.
you go.
Yeah.
To me, I would kind of say maybe we don't need to put that in the objective design standards, but we can say you know what, you can do a PD or you can do a flexible design review. Is that right?
works for
You mean,
me.
Did I use those words right?
How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. So I'm fine with reducing it.
Are you okay with reducing it on every unit? So it's not on every unit. It's on half the units or 2/3 of the units, apart from reducing the size.
Of course, the
I mean, I
project would
wouldn't
then charge more
dictate-
rent for the. Yeah.
I mean, if they can with our also AMI restrictions, but I wouldn't dictate which units had to have it. If we're going to make it optional, it just has to be part of the design where they fit and where they don't.
Oh wait, so you would say balconies are not required at all?
No, I'd say if they're required, but I'm saying I would like to see all of the units have one, but if they can't for whatever reason, I don't know what pathway they take.
I'd be open.
Or we just force them to make them fit.
I'd be
but we
open
give them
to in the objective
size.
standards. I'd be open to 70. Only 50% need a balcony.
Yeah, 50%
Minimum
is the
of
number I was
50%
thinking.
Yeah.
of units.
Yeah.
Because then
live with
then
that.
renters have the option of choosing something that's presumably at a lower rent if the balcony is not important to them. But there are still units, a significant, substantial number of them available in our community that have that kind of quality development.
What about the size, the minimum size?
Yeah, so that was it's
48
feet the right number?
I'm going off of, again, the Edmonds Loft, and I think the 48 was the smallest one they did, so it's probably okay.
6 by 8 is, having experience with this, it is bigger than you need to put 2 small chairs and a bistro table.
It is big.
You could make
yeah.
it smaller.
You could make it
I
smaller.
think you could make it smaller. And if that were to help,
I've done 6. I had a balcony that I think was 6 by 4. Yeah. And I had a little bistro table, chairs, and
And
I
my
grew
6 by 8
tomatoes.
is a 6 by 8 is a 4-person, small for 4-person
I don't think
You don't need a
I don't
4-person
think you need to
table
make
in
it
a
that big.
studio.
As much as a big balcony is nice, I don't think it needs to be that big. I think you could reduce that.
2.
Well, if it were, well, we
30?
were looking at 6 because we
6
needed
by
to-
5?
I'd 5, or you could go
5, 6 by 5, 6 by, that'd be 30 square feet. I'm okay with
6 by
that.
5 is doable. You're not going to move around. You're not going to entertain out there other than your date.
You can fit a
But-
yoga mat if that's your thing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. It should fit a yoga mat. That's a good call.
I mean, something, because this discussion's triggering kind of a lot of discussion. I think since we have some of our developers here, it would be nice in whatever recommendation you end up with to our council that they would also probably want to weigh in on that since they've got experience.
Can we
So I think
can we ask some questions right now then?
have to reopen public comment.
yeah, you'd have to reopen public comment. So I think no, but it would be helpful, in this discussion to kind of say this is what we think, but we would like council to also consider the input of the developers who are constructing these spaces too.
And then encourage them to submit suggestions. Can we write that up?
Yeah.
Is everybody okay with that?
They already did
You
that.
have that? Are you barely?
No, I said they
okay.
already did that.
Okay.
I know, but my response is more based on what you end up with, because if it's
I love that
still
idea. We
different-
should be
Yeah.
bringing the people
Absolutely.
in the field are
Okay, so
actually
I think I
doing
heard
it.
require 50% of the units to have a deck, balcony, or patio. And
I'd say a minimum of 50%.
okay, good. And then take the advisement, council to take the advisement of members of our community
And
that
reduce
have
the size?
experience.
We wanna
We're
do
gonna
it to 30?
Reduce the size, we were going to talking 30.
Yeah.
5 by 6. Do we have to have minimum dimensions? Because, 15 by 2 is not very useful. So 5 foot in one direction, 6 foot in another, or is that an impractical combination?
I think 4 minimum.
You do a 4-foot minimum.
4
Yeah.
foot minimum in any direction. In either direction.
Do you want
Well,
to,
yes.
since projects can have only 50% of the units deed restricted, do you want to specify that any of the deed restricted units have to have decks, or is that just getting too detailed?
I'd say 50% of the deed restricted
Like equally
units.
distributed
Yeah.
between deed restricted and non-deed restricted units. Because it does become
good
an
point.
equity question at that point, because
I
we want
mean,
to
and-
have high quality housing for both deed restricted and market rate
Correct.
folks.
So you're suggesting 50% of both.
At least
of the deed
50% of the
restricted
deed restricted
and the
units.
and the market ones.
They can do whatever they want at the market rate.
Right.
As far as I'm concerned.
Well, they do need to be rentable, and if,
That's their
well,
problem.
that's
If everybody builds something unrentable, that's not on me. No, but their choice. No. All right. Did you catch all that, Yumi?
Yes, so it sounds like minimum of total units, 50% of total units have to have a deck, and then 50% of that, of the deed restricted units have to have the
A
deck.
minimum of.
Yeah, minimum.
Yeah. Okay, we're done with decks,
Great.
balconies, and patios.
Wonderful.
We're done with storage. Moving on to parking.
Parking.
Hooray. Oh, this is a good one. They're all good.
So there's 2 questions in parking or just one? What's the question
Well,
that was on the
I'm gonna have to
slide?
go to this
I just had
section.
one question. I believe the public comment had a question, requested that we go to, that this be changed back to the state density bonus law parking requirements, which would be 1 per studio and 1 bedroom, 1.5 spaces per 2 or 3 bedroom, and then 2, I believe, for 2.5, I think, for 4 plus bedrooms, and no guest parking requirement.
So if the 1.5 results in a number that cannot be, I mean,
Round up.
obviously you're rounding, I'm not talking
Rounds
about
up.
that. I'm talking about parking management plans. That's where I'm trying to get to. Because then you're going to have some units that don't have enough parking and some units that have too much.
I feel very strongly it should just be 1 per studio and 1 per 1 bedroom. I don't really get this 1.5 per 1 bedroom idea.
Yeah, what's the motivation for the 1.5 or what's the reasoning?
Just to add additional parking, understanding that sometimes 1 bedrooms have 2 people in it who have 2 cars.
I was going to say that. So 2 people with 2 cars that go to 2 separate jobs.
I know, but I'm here
And
trying
then
to
no
convince...
guest parking?
No, but
There's always, guest parking's required.
I'm
It's like
I'm
10%
saying
guest
keep it at
parking.
on this slide, the line of the right side, the top half. That to me looks right.
The way it is
So
on
the
the
way
top
it's
half.
proposed?
I don't see
Yeah.
a need to change
The,
it.
the way it's written in the code, even in the draft
that's
code.
what
not
we
enough.
have. Yeah, I don't see a need to
Yeah.
make it 1.5 for the 1 bedroom.
I agree.
It's just more parking
I,
spaces.
I mean, maybe I'm trying to convince my husband we only need one car, so maybe I'm different. But like,
I'm getting that too. But I you know, it's the car. It's more regarding to which car I want to keep.
I mean, as long as we keep guest parking, you know, and if I mean, this is one of the ones that may need revision in the future based on how it turns out, which will be really hard for the already constructed projects. Obviously, they'll just be as is.
Yeah.
But, you know, we are trying to encourage using our e-bikes as our primary mode of transportation, having one car when we're going out of town. Like, I think this is in line with the goals. I do understand it could be annoying, but back to my multifamily, you know, building life, I never had parking. So like any parking provided is a win. And if the state density bonus law requires none, if you're like in proximity to high quality transit, I mean, if we want people to use this, I don't know. We need to make it competitive with that program too.
Okay, so we can go back to Amy's hometown of New York where they charge for parking. So you have your base rent for your apartment, and if you want a spot, they charge more for a spot. If you want two, they charge for that.
I love that conversation. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to
Why not?
have that. I don't know. But yeah, if we ask them to build parking, some people may not have a car and may not use it. If we deaggregate the parking from the units and then charge for it, I feel like I don't know if that's...
it's not very equitable, but
I would like to leave that one up to
I feel like it's not the
proponents.
place for this conversation, although I think
Yeah.
it's a conversation we should have.
It is interesting. It is interesting.
okay. But I'm hearing at least three votes for keeping it as written. The top
Not
half.
upping the one bedroom requirement.
Amy, I haven't heard from you.
So you're saying there's so many different versions of this? So there's the state density bonus law, which I would be a proponent of that.
What's the state?
The difference is that the 2 or 3 bedroom would have 1.5.
That's too low.
And no guest parking, right?
And no
STV?
guest parking, that's
Yeah.
right.
Insane.
I'm also conscious of getting us on this dais, getting projects that have too little parking, and that's what the community tends to hate the most. And if we write this code in a certain way, we'll have no way to say no. But no one understands that, of course. And they think we just didn't do our job. You know, so I think the way it's written is very good. 1 for students and 1s, 2 for 2s and 3s.
I think
more,
there's
10%.
also, we'll still get projects that don't have enough parking to accommodate probably the number of cars.
Every
Like, that's
project under
for
this is
sure.
not going to have enough parking. Every project.
I also agree. I also want to point out, though, I think as we move forward, you know, things are changing rapidly. I think fewer cars are going to be required.
Just an
So I
observation.
think this is forward. The way it's written is forward thinking.
So again, you know, having spent more time with all of our multifamily projects, a lot of them were approved without any sort of parking management. So even though you may have signed a lease and they might say, you know, write down how many cars you have, they weren't enforcing or tracking any of that. And after a series of sort of complaints and other things, a lot of them are now assigning parking to individual units. And so they are looking more seriously at if you have, 1 bedroom, you get 1 spot, you have to write down your vehicle number for that. And they're having more success with that. So it's likely that projects like this over time are going to have their own management because they've learned from projects that are existing that if you don't manage it, it becomes a problem.
Remind me, please, which of the projects are required to have a parking management program?
Not that many.
Because I saw it. I saw it
Coburn, yeah.
No,
'cause
but I
that's
mean,
a
I
mo-
saw it in the standards. There are certain projects that are required to.
So all projects are required to have a parking management plan. Projects that are using tandem parking will be required to have a parking management plan. So yes, we're just putting, the parking management plan will be required basically for all projects that using this program.
It just creates some accountability for the projects themselves. And then also, I mean, one of the issues we were having is, say someone worked a night shift and so they would come home late and everyone else had already come home at their, 30 time frame or whatever, and they would have no parking. And so by having the assigned parking and a management plan in effect for a lot of these projects, it took away that issue of and stress for a lot of people of, hey, I rented something, I now know what my assigned parking is and I can park in it, and the management company can identify which cars don't belong there. And
Other than, we're already requiring a parking management program, or is that just for developments of a certain size? I thought it was just for developments of a certain size. If we're not, perhaps
Add
that is what we can accompany this with. I know it creates a management and administrative burden. However, if it allows us to do this and build less parking, that could help.
Also may help on the management side if it helps retain tenants.
Yes. So I guess my
thought
suggestion,
it was
I'm hearing
required.
that we kind of mostly like the way it's written, but I would submit that perhaps adding or requiring a parking management plan, and, for 1 or 2 unit development, whatever, it's simple, but requiring it for all deed restricted housing.
I concur.
Oh, and I just wanted to comment that I thought that the flexibility of allowing on-street parking in the CMU developments was a good call.
Oh, I forgot about that. And so I lived that when I built my buildings downtown. I had put parking on street, up on High Street. And it doesn't work having me be responsible for the snow removal, but I can't ticket a car when they're in my way. It was really a horrible scenario, and I would recommend anybody never to do that, having lived it.
So you'd
in
recommend
my opinion, once you create on-street parking for the public, the public should take care of it. You create it, you pay for it, you get the credit for it, but you shouldn't be responsible for it.
And the code says that the public's allowed to use that on-street
Right,
parking.
and that's where I was, and it happened. People would park there overnight, and then I couldn't do my snow removal.
That was a question, so it's like...
And then I called the town specifically, I need to get that car out of there. You're not allowed. It was my property.
So what do you think about in like the mixed-use area, allowing the on-street parking to be counted towards the requirement,
I'm all
however,
for it.
but not being required to maintain it?
It should be dedicated to the town.
I like that too.
Okay, I like that.
Can we make that change, please? Sorry, Amy, are you okay
So-
with that? Sammy?
I mean, I lived
Yeah,
that. That was
Well,
horrible.
So we're diving
please make
into
note of that.
parking incentives now, right? So the first part was just like top level general design standards, and now we're in the incentives. I think it's tier 2 incentives. Is that right?
This only had to do with CMU.
Yeah, it was in the incentives section though of the code, right? And so we said, what did we say just now? It becomes dedicated to the public. To
Yeah,
the town.
it becomes the town's responsibility rather than the owners.
Once it's built, it should be turned over to the town.
Okay, agreed.
I concur.
I concur.
Can we?
I
you've
actually want
added-
to talk about
I
one
think she's
other
added
incentive
that.
there. In that same section of the code, I don't have it in front of me, but
If
there,
you- oh.
you can request an incentive to do non-enclosed parking, correct? But it does require covered parking in that case, the way it's written today. I don't think it should require covered parking. I think there are obvious good reasons to do covered parking because you get snow storage removal benefits and you get management benefits, but I just don't believe we should obligate it. And I'll note that this commission has, every time it's been asked this year to remove the requirement for covered parking, we've allowed it. So I kind of think just acknowledging that and putting that into the incentive.
Can I interject?
yes.
The intent of the fully enclosed parking requirement is to not require it to be covered. I think
Read
it
it.
was just we're exempting deed restricted units to be from the fully enclosed parking requirement. But if they do decide to do a covered parking for whatever reason, and maybe it's not that clear, and we could clarify that a little more, it's just if they optionally decide to do some sort of covered parking, then they should do real covered parking and not just half covered parking or.
It's just confusing because it says if the unenclosed or fully enclosed covered parking. Okay, so you're saying if covered parking is proposed, a roof that covers the entirety of the parking space should be required. Okay, so if it's covered parking is proposed, do cover the parking.
Yes.
I got it. I understand why I was confused.
I
Thank you.
can clarify. I can look into that language a little more.
Can you point us to the page, Jimmy, where the tier 1 and tier 2 standards are?
7-48, Roman numeral 7-48. It's like PDF page 49, so it's like almost the very end.
It's on item E, yeah. Deed restricted units are exempt from it. I can take that sticky note off.
Okay, so we're all in agreement there. Take that
So
off the
I will
list.
decide where we're going now.
All
Are
right,
we still on that
Take the
particular
lead.
slide with the 3 boxes? Yeah.
We're going down to we're in the tier 2. So
But I have a question.
Yes.
That is not about parking.
On tier 1? Great.
Yeah. So on the height, do you allow an increase of up to 10%? But if you're adjacent to a building where you can't do that because you're already 1 story or, I don't understand the 1 story or 10 feet. I don't know what the 10 feet does for you really. It's either 1 story or it isn't, unless you're putting really high ceilings, which I would find amazing and unusual in a deed restricted building. So then what do you do? So there's a height increase allowance of up to 10%, but you're already 1 story above the building next door to you. Then what happens?
So that's just for a portion of the building, and then the remainder of the building could be at the 10% greater.
What remainder?
The requirement for the adjacent development is that you only need to meet that requirement for 25% of the width of that existing adjacent structure.
Oh,
I
here
don't
we are at
understand
the
it either.
25% width again.
I need
Okay.
a diagram.
I think we
I
need
need a
diagrams
diagram,
and
yes.
examples in the, if there's like an implementation guide that goes along with this.
Sure.
Okay, we talked about this in the introduction during your thing. If we have a building, let me correct me if I'm wrong. If we have a building that's this wide, you're looking at the front of it and it's this wide, there's 25% of it. So for 25% of the building, your building next door to it, it has these height incentives or requirements.
Correct.
You can increase the height.
Yes. The overall height is based off of the lowest, the lowest point of the building at grade to the highest point. So it's not necessarily at all, it doesn't matter what that lower point is. That's just a portion of the building. You can have a building with various heights, but you still have 1 height measurement.
Is it the 25% of the width that's confusing? Because that confused me too.
That confused me, and then the height increase of up to 10%, which doesn't necessarily get you another story.
No, but it could.
You can still do stuff with that. You could have, who knows, this could have penthouses on the top floor.
I mean,
Or, vaulted ceilings in that deed restricted unit. As you said, it's unlikely, but it's,
Storage.
if they wanted to do it, to make it attractive, it would be something
Not even
they
storage,
could
because it wouldn't
choose
have,
as a.
it wouldn't have, so if you have a 30-foot building and you have 10% increase, you get 3 more feet. You can't even do what we just discussed, has to be 5'6" minimum.
It's an attic
Amy,
for
are you
storage.
pushing for more height increases? Is that what you're
So-
kind of asking for?
The intention behind the 10% is just to allow for maybe a different roof form, like a gable form instead of a flat roof.
In the tier 1 and tier 2 incentives, we had site coverage mentioned
So,
here.
Amy, do you think that should be removed, allow increase of up to 10%? Since it's such a small amount?
Yes.
I think it could be a tier 2 incentive instead of tier 1.
Mitch, would like 3 feet give you the opportunity to do a different roof form?
Yes, it would.
Then-
That's correct.
Then I do
I'd
like
keep it.
that, because
Yeah.
we don't want everything looking exactly the same.
The problem I have is just you only get 2 tier 1 incentives if you're a small property, even if you're doing 100% deed restricted, right? And there's like 1,
There's 10 of
2,
them.
3, 4, 5. There's like 8.
Eight.
So
That's a lot.
maybe we should look at that. I don't know. Just a thought.
I thought it seemed like an extensive menu.
Well, no, that's great that we have so many. But
You're
the
just
point is,
thinking
you
of
only get to
relegating
pick
some
two,
of them?
You only get to pick 2 if you're a small project, and you only get to pick 5 even if you're a big one and you're doing 100% deed restriction on tier 1 incentives. Tier 2, you can select all of them, but not tier 1 ones. I don't want to open that can right now.
I think it's a valid question.
Yeah.
Is it, they're more constrained?
The intent was that tier 1 are things that our community tends to have more concerns with. And I do agree with that. Height is the big one, parking is the other, and what's the last thing here? That's it, really.
And it allows more flexibility on what are largely more constrained sites.
So I think it's fine. I
And
think leave it
unusual
as
sites.
is. I think leave it as is, see how it works in practice.
So I didn't really hear any outcry for changes in those. I'd like to move on to tier 2 coverage, which was mentioned in public comment.
I did want to maybe add something to your discussion topic since it's come up a couple times about the adjacent development standard that you seem to be a little bit confused by, or whether or not it's helpful to the actual project.
I think it's certainly difficult to interpret from, if I'm reading the code and I don't understand it, I think maybe could we request perhaps some rewording in a diagram on that one, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, and I did have on balconies, the diagram, I would like to add the hatched area in the diagram, figure 7.1 on agenda packet 149, code section, or code page 7-44. The diagram, figure 7.1, it says hatched area equals at least 48 feet. Obviously, we would change that. But put maybe on there somewhere that the hatched area is considered a private balcony, because otherwise it's just a hatched area. Thanks. Tier 2 site coverage. The incentive is maximum site coverage requirement shall be increased by 15% for a site that's 1 acre with a 40% maximum site coverage requirement. The standard maximum site coverage is 14,424 square feet. With a 15% increase, an additional 2,614 square feet of site coverage is allowed. That should say, for example, for a site that is, but is there?
I think it's way too
those good
small.
numbers?
So I talked to Yumi about this earlier, and Yumi had the idea, she pointed out, that some of the zoning districts already have really high coverage minimums, like NMU and CMU. I think it's 50%.
NMU is at 70.
Oh, 70, I'm sorry.
CMU and NMU are 70%.
70. So like adding 15...
Maximums, I believe you meant to say.
Maximum site coverage, thank you, not minimum site coverage. So
Thank
that's
you.
fine. Going from 15%, 70, adding 15% puts you at like, what, 80? So that's fine. That's a lot. But for RM zoning districts, the site coverage starts at only 50?
40% and 50% depending on size.
40 and 50. So like that's really low. Edmonds Loft covered 70%, if not for like, yeah. So I think adding a 15% bonus for RM is too small.
Where is that?
It's in, it's not really in the staff report. I'm in the actual code, draft code. And it is on page, Roman numeral 7
It's 7-51, agenda packet page 156.
Or PDF page 52? PDF page 52. Site coverage, the maximum site coverage shall be increased by 15%. That's not adding 15%. It's multiplying the baseline by 15%, or 115%, I should say. So, for example, a site that has a 40% maximum site coverage would become 46%. Which I just think is not, I don't think it's moving the needle on these small, irregular sites.
So in other words, you're saying that 40% should add 15% with a 55% maximum.
No, I'm saying I'm okay with defining it this way. I'm saying that we change that 15% to be like 50%. So it becomes a 60% site coverage in that parcel.
For RM specifically.
For RM.
Yeah, could we put a table in
Yes.
with the zoning district and then the increases, the allowable increase, or the allowable incentive?
Yeah. We have to split it by zoning or by parcel size, but I'd prefer zoning, I think.
Yeah.
But you did just mention a parcel size.
It's related to parcel size for sure.
I'm fine with it. I'm kind of all over the place here, but
It is.
I wish we had a little bit more orderly discussion.
Wait, we're gonna get to a page by page discussion in a few minutes here.
Okay.
Right now we're talking about we were talking about tier 1. Now we're talking about tier 2, and this is based on a public comment we heard.
I think I would go at least, go from, so if it's 40% starting, it becomes 60. If it's a 50% zone, it becomes 75. To me, that's close. I still think.
But then just making sure we have a pathway where if those
There's
options
still
don't
an option.
work,
Yes,
there's
still
another way.
There's another way.
Yes.
Yep. I also would tie to that, we would need to do the same thing on the open space, right? Because the open space requirement is essentially 1 minus the coverage requirement. Not quite, but basically. I kind of think, I mean, this is my hobby horse. I kind of think, at least on small parcels, having an open space minimum is a little ridiculous because you already have a coverage maximum. So why do we need both? Just redundant, but because it is here, if we aren't going to remove it entirely, it needs to be similarly decreased by the same amount, at least.
I would like to hear a specific suggestion.
I would say I would personally remove the open space minimum in RM. Because at that point, it's just setbacks at that point and what's not in the coverage, right? And I think that math will be easier because effectively it's 1 minus the coverage max. But if we want to do math, then I have to get out my calculator and do the actual math to figure out I get the number right.
I think our proponents are capable of doing math. It's okay.
Does staff have a perspective? If because we increase the coverage for RM, we'd have to do the same. We'd have to, I don't know what the number it would come out to be.
I understand the correlation
Yeah.
between the open space and the site coverage. The 50% increase gives us a little pause. Just, we don't know if it will work. 75% site coverage is a lot. I understand we've approved it for the Edmonds Loft, but that's how it was also an experiment, and we haven't seen how that works.
Well, and it was
whether or not
also
there's this-
based on the fact that there was a park within walking distance too. So that was some of it, is that we didn't need to have as much on-site open space because in theory you've got adjacent open space.
Yeah,
And it's also a water quality and management issue.
Yes, I think it's more of that component and the snow storage, because they kind of correlate as well. Reducing it by this much increases site coverage, increases potential parking, which is good or bad, and also would require you to find another location to off-haul snow if necessary.
What if we just set it to
This
be?
could allow for some creativity, and we could inch it up a little bit to.
Well, what if we did like just 65 for RM or something? It's 65 in RM for this program. Your site coverage max is 65%. I don't know what the number that would give people.
I mean, I think what we've talked about behind the scenes is that we recognize that this is an experiment. I don't know that I love that word, but that we are creating a new world. And I think with respect to site coverage in particular, we'd probably try to be more conservative and not go up to things like 75% that hasn't necessarily been tested operationally. And we know that in probably 2 years, we will come back and hopefully we have 1 or 2, maybe more projects on the ground that we can look at. But Edmonds Loft hasn't been built. We haven't seen it work. We know that having no place for snow storage, that shifts that burden somewhere. We don't know where. So I think like Yumi said, that gives us a little bit of pause in terms of going up to very high limits for site coverage. That, again, we know we're going to revisit this in probably a couple of years and see how these projects are working. And if projects at 75 or 70% aren't working, then we would be able to catch that pretty quickly.
So in CMU and our NMU, what is the current again? The coverage max, 70.
I believe 70%.
And this program will let it go to, what is that? Almost 80. But in RM, we're going to keep it at 45 or 55. That's a big gap between the two. I think I'd be okay with something like 60 in RM, just straight up, right? In 60 or 65. I understand that we are uncomfortable going above that.
Which parts of the RM area would be a problem at massively higher site coverage?
Can you?
Like which are there any particular areas of town you can think of where having a great increase in site coverage could be problematic?
I don't necessarily think it's based off of areas of town. I think it's a per site potential issue. If there is more coverage in areas that create more runoff, technically our standards are supposed to meet the requirements for runoff treatment on site. So hopefully it doesn't impact like wetlands or floodplains, but
Well, if it did, that would be another matter. That would be subject to environmental review.
Yeah, there's still an exception in there for wetlands and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's already,
It's already written
covered
in there.
within here.
yeah.
Well, if it was going to be,
I mean, there's always still the pathway of the plan development if something much higher is desired, and you can take a look at that. If 60%, someone wants to go from 60% to 70%.
I mean, is staff comfortable with something like 60 in RM under this program? Or is that causing too much heartache still?
I don't know if it's causing heartache. I think we're just concerned. I mean, we don't know exactly what the ramifications are, much like in any of these situations, we don't know. I'd say when we look at projects that have 50% coverage, oftentimes it's like a single-family home on Donner Lake that's maximizing their site coverage. It surprises us how much that takes up of the actual property. And so that would translate over to a multifamily project, which would just be small little setbacks here and there that doesn't necessarily provide either any perceived open space or potential room for infiltration or stormwater. But I mean, they are still required to meet stormwater requirements, so if they can't necessarily meet the stormwater requirements, they would have to decrease their site coverage anyway.
I'm comfortable edging it up, or by just like having a specific maximum rather than a percent increase.
Yeah, I think a specific maximum is a little cleaner, for at least for RM.
Certainly easier to interpret.
It's much easier to interpret, and for the other districts, they're already so high that I think it's okay to do the little math thing. But if we're going to pick a
Amy
specific
and
max,
Mitch, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
I think you're in the right direction. I think a specific number is fair and more helpful to applicants.
It's an incentive. It improves the, do you feel like it improves the incentive? I mean, I think that goes, but.
How does it not?
Amy?
So we're saying we're specific number just for this particular zoning.
we could do it for all the zones that are included, that are covered.
It's only for the deed restricted units.
It's only for
and
deed
a-
restricted units.
it's an
I selected
incentive.
RM because it's the one that has the lowest starting coverage limit. And that to me, and like it's so different than CMU and NMU, which lets you start at 70.
It's a different type of zoning district, though.
I know, but it's medium density residential. Like it's not single family. It can have up to, some of them are, oh, and I think we've gotten rid of it, but the old maps had like the 15 units per acre. It's a lot.
So you're suggesting just put just a percentage on it without a bonus?
I'm saying that if you're doing this program in RM, we'll pick a number, 50, 60, maybe 55, 60% site coverage. And if you're in the other zoning districts, I actually think 80 is kind of a lot, and maybe I'd be comfortable with like 75.
But
like,
then
as
we're
the incentive.
removing one of the incentives and just making it and giving a site coverage maximum.
No,
for
no, no.
that
This
district.
is in the incentive.
If everybody's allowed, they could choose that one. You're saying.
Yeah.
But if then what do we assign to that district?
I'm sorry.
I thought you were advocating that we also change the minimum or the maximum site coverage for that district.
No, I'm not touching
Altogether.
the zoning. No.
Okay.
Just within the program, within tier 2 incentive number 4 or whatever it is.
I could see going up to right now it's 40%. I could see going up to 60 because I'm listening to the staff saying it gives them pause to go too high on this.
I agree. I'm
So
okay
I
with
could see 60.
for RM.
And changing this in tier B, or tier 2, number 8, letter H, Roman numeral 7, whatever. The site coverage one, maximum site coverage requirement shall be increased up to as much as 60%. Some language to that effect.
Okay. And we'll mirror that in the open space requirement.
Yeah, thank you.
You okay with that?
Yep.
Okay.
We can always revisit in the future.
Yeah.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4 more items on my list here. We're going to back a little bit up to amenities in units because I'd like to talk about laundry facilities.
I'm sorry, before we do that, do we want to talk at all about setbacks?
Not right now.
Okay. The tier 2 incentive setbacks is why I ask. It was
This tier 2 incentive setbacks. Well, yeah, I was going to lump that together with step backs.
okay, great.
Just because I wanted to circle back on
I get that.
our monitoring of how these units are working. Could you also please reiterate, Danielle, that your experience with the monitoring program and laundry facilities in the units, this is just a single item in the code, I realize, but then we'll go back to the general.
Yeah, with a lot of our housing projects, they do offer laundry, but in different configurations. So where there are in-unit laundry facilities, we heard numbers as high as 10 to 15 year sort of stays by tenants. And where there are units on each floor, so kind of shared laundry facilities, it was averaging more like 2 years. So it's quite a bit of difference. I think a lot of people look at that as a quality of life. And actually the one that had them on the floor said that a lot of people will ask that question when they're deciding whether they want to rent, like how are the laundry facilities set up? And a lot of people were even saying they weren't interested in renting because they were a shared laundry facility.
So I was going to suggest that for a smaller number of deed restricted units in a project, facilities in each unit, and then common facilities perhaps at a higher number, or is there a way we can address this issue? My ears perked up with that because I highlighted it in the code.
What's the current code require? It doesn't specify, it just requires it
is
communal?
It depends on the size of the development. It's on Roman numeral 7-44. 5 or more dwelling units have to have common facilities except when they're provided within each unit. And the ratio may be too small based on what I heard. 1 washer and dryer for every 5 units or fraction thereof. Up to 100 units, 1 washer and 1 dryer for every 10 units or fraction thereof for number of units over 100. I just would suggest we up the number a little bit. A couple, add a few more, see if that works a little better.
So common laundry facility should have 1 washer and dryer for every 4 units or fraction thereof, something like that. Is that what you're suggesting? Like a higher number of washer dryers in communal settings?
Where did this ratio come up from? Like, is this an industry standard, or did we just pull it out of the air? Where did it come from?
It's been in our code for a long time, before my time.
It's just been in the code forever. We don't know where it originated.
Yeah, when we did our objective design standards, these same numbers came over, and our consultants looked at it, and I think they said that this is an industry standard. I can't quote that specifically or be sure, but I think we talked about that ratio, about whether or not we wanted to increase it or decrease it. But based off of as part of the monitoring we went out, we have heard that it doesn't seem like it meets the needs of the users. And I don't know, I've been in apartments where you have to share laundry, and it's, it can cause conflict, and that's
Yeah, I mean, in Frishman Hollow Phase 2, for example, they already have added additional units, washer and dryer units in their office building because they were initially having fistfights over laundry because someone would take the laundry out and put it on the floor, or it just caused problems. And so they recognized that the ratio wasn't enough for that particular project. So that's one specific example.
Can we just inch that up a little bit? Is it okay? I know it's a little more space that a proponent has to put in, but maybe just 1 for every 4, as Jason suggested.
What I'm hearing is we have empirical evidence that the current standard is not high enough, so I think that makes sense. Can we make a recommendation to carry that through the rest of the code, so it's not just this one place?
So what are you increasing it to?
1 for every 4 units.
1 washer and dryer for every 4 units instead of 1 for every 5. Just a little nudge, turning the dial a little bit.
It's also a slight incentive to do more in-unit washer dryer because it makes the cost of the alternative a little higher. So
Everybody wants an in-unit washer
Yeah.
dryer. Okay, so what's left here, other than any specific things that come up related to that, and we can flip to them as we need to, is whether we feel that the review process matrix is appropriate, and whether historic design standards, incorporation of those in this has been done appropriately, and whether the plan development section encourages, would plan developments be encouraged by the code as written? Does the code as written work for the use of plan developments? Does it create too many plan developments? So let's go first to there.
Yeah.
Plan developments. Then we're going to go back to the others. Thank you.
So I'll start. I think my perspectives have changed a little, but I think as we do this, I realize how this is a new space for us. It's challenging. We're setting a lot of standards. We don't really know. I think it's paramount to preserve the maximum flexibility because we will learn from it. At the same time, of course, I understand from staff's point of view, we don't want to just like have this, everyone's going to just hit the plan development button. But I think at least in the first 2 years of this program, we have to have it there because we might end up, if we don't, we could end up with less housing by accident without meaning to. So
I would never advocate the exclusion of the option of the plan development. I don't know that any additional flexibility needs to be added to it because it is a flexible option to begin with.
No. What I'm saying is the requirement here on the left side is that only these projects that do 100% deed restriction are eligible for plan development. I think it should just be any project in this program. Like,
I think it's kind of good to have the 100% because it encourages deed restricted housing. It gives them, it's like, if you want to do something that deviates a lot, have your deed restricted housing. It's pretty stringent. 100% is pretty stringent.
but what if it was 50% deed restricted with the income restrictions and 50% workforce housing? Clear community
It's
benefit.
still,
Does
there's
it-
still no market, there's still no market units in there, you know.
I feel like
But that would not qualify under the way this is written.
No, it would not.
the goals
For
of
plan
this are
development.
affordability. And I think having the 100% deed restricted is an important part of this approach because we have the other ordinances for inclusionary and workforce housing.
Okay.
But we don't necessarily have a requirement for 100% deed restricted anywhere. And this might
So then,
just
if we're
serve
going
that
to
function.
create the higher hurdle to get into the plan development, I think we should remove I think it's very unusual that this is the only section of the code that restricts what a plan development is allowed to do. It only allows the review authority, i.e. us, to kind of make flexibility on balconies, decks, patios, storage, parking, and like setbacks, but it wouldn't allow us, say, to alter what's something that's not on that list, like a retaining wall or something, like anything else, right? Which I just think don't go there, right? We don't know what we're going to get. You've already made them meet the 100% hurdle. Let's hear what they have to say under a PD. Just let let it be a normal PD.
Yeah, to make it more open, you can either you can reduce the number of deed restricted units, or you can increase the number of things that can be changed.
Yeah, so I'm hearing
do
you guys.
both, but
I'm hearing you
I
guys
wouldn't
want to
do
keep the
both.
hurdle, which I respect, and I'm saying, great, fine. If we're going to do that, we got to like at least let the review authority have authority.
You're hearing from us. What do you think about the 100% deed restricted requirement?
The program requires 50. This is a reminder.
So the HH requires 50%, and then a plan development is better than the HHY?
It's like kind of what we were talking about earlier. We were sitting here being like, oh, are these balconies too big or too small or whatever? And if someone just comes and says, you know what, those balconies aren't going to work for this site, or this setback doesn't work for this site, I need and even though you guys spent 2 hours trying to open things up, it's just not open enough, or I can't quite make it work with my site. Weird shit is happening on my site. So I need a plan development still. And what I've heard them say is, that's great, we're okay with that, but I want to see like a 100% deed restricted property before I'm willing to countenance those exemptions.
Well-
the 100% does indicate the value of deed restricted housing or that we're placing on the deed restricted.
And the whole
housing.
point of a PD is to produce a higher quality, or a better outcome, right? So I respect that, right? Which is saying the 100% deed restricted is a better outcome than 50, right?
So what would the point of even having the plan development if you didn't have that restriction? Why even have it? What other benefits are? So what I'm hearing is I don't want to, balconies, decks, patios didn't work for me, so I'm just going to move over to a planned development.
Within this program still. So the idea is that they would still be eligible for the funding.
No, my point is, though, why have it if it doesn't have a stricter restriction? Why have it at all?
Yeah, okay, so you're saying you agree with the stricter hurdle to have 100% or something higher than 50?
Yeah. Otherwise,
Otherwise, it just replaces the whole program.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's
Which I
just-
think
it's
is what
just
staff
highly
was saying.
restricted, and
It's supposed to be highly restricted.
Okay.
That
Yeah.
was kind of the point
Yeah.
of it.
Okay.
Amy?
Well, again, it's bedrooms versus units. Because if it's 5 studios, is that what we're trying to encourage? Or
Ooh, I forgot.
or is it,
Yeah, I was starting with the ratio, and I can get on board with the 100%. I'm hearing support for that. The next question is, do we only allow it for projects that have 5 or more units or bedrooms, whatever, if we go that direction?
Yeah, that's the next question. Sticking to the 100%.
Yeah,
That's
let's
a
stick to
high
100%.
hurdle. That's what I'm trying to get a
Yeah.
feel for right now.
no, I mean, if you're going to give them all these benefits, then yeah.
I think sounds like we're good on the 100%. 5 or more units.
I don't know about that.
I mean, I think we're still trying to keep it flexible, and we already had the unit conversation, and we felt uncomfortable defining like that percentage mix. So I don't know why we would change it for here, especially if these are for potentially those sites that are having trouble fitting requirements.
Something smaller than 5 or more residential units doesn't really have the potential to provide some of the other amenities and things that a planned development is or quality development, that things that we define as quality development that a planned development is supposed to achieve. So maybe I think the 5 or more residential makes it more applicable field of projects. That's
Okay.
why I like the 5 or more units. But would like to hear if there's other opinions on that.
I think you're going to get better housing if you don't require it at 100%. And I know that sort of then intersects with some of the other things you're doing, but Mitch made a point earlier about that we're not even addressing in these codes, which is maintenance of these buildings over time. If you have 100% are deed restricted and you give them all of these incentives, but it's still deed restricted, so rents are going to stay fairly low. I mean, they're going to be allowed to increase, and I haven't even seen where the increases are allowed. But what we don't want is to end up with a lot of rundown structures when some, a few of us will be here, some of us may have moved on in whatever way or shape that takes, but in 30 years, you don't want to have a town full of kind of crumbling structures. So we have to give some incentive to keep those structures in good condition. And if you use other cities as a basis for analysis, you can see that where there's public housing or deed restricted housing, it deteriorates pretty quickly, and we certainly don't want that to happen. So I would say 100% is probably not going to work. And you might think of with staff about how you would represent maintenance costs and what incentives do we give out in the out years to maintain these buildings. Because everything, it's not just putting the building there, it's also, this is part of what I do for work. It's also, how do you maintain this building and what supports do we have for maintenance of these structures over time? Because I do worry about that. given what we see around town, where there are some structures, and if you're driving through Kings Beach, you'll see some very dilapidated buildings that have not yet been addressed, and I don't know whether they will. But is there any mechanism for enforcing that?
This would apply to all deed restricted housing
Ev-
projects,
well-
not just planned
Oh, yeah.
developments. But I think it's a question that since it's come up from
Because
both of you.
you have HOAs
I wanna ask
that
staff that question.
have restrictions on, are able to enforce maintenance, right? But, and I know this is now we're beyond the scope of these codes, but I really don't think that's been addressed.
Well, I think what you might be saying is that is it missing from them? Is it covered elsewhere? I'm asking that to
Or like,
staff.
is there management requirements for
Yeah.
deed restricted housing anywhere?
And I think you encourage that by taking that 100% out and saying, 50%, because if you have market rate, it's going to be taken care of. You're going to take
This
care
is
of the
really
building.
only with the 100% is really only with respect to the planned developments, though.
Yeah, we already have 50% in the homegrown, what's it called, homegrown housing?
Yeah, the deed restriction.
Yeah, that's the funding
That's already
program,
there, so it's,
separate from the.
if you wanted to get rid of all your balconies and decks and lower your storage, then you had to have
I'll jump in. So I do want to make it clear that the 120% AMI income rent is higher than market rate. So there is the wiggle room in there. It kind of functions, it would continue to function like like a market rate project. They would just have to do the income eligibility requirement and meet the requirements for use. So to say it's affordable, that's a gray area.
Yeah, let's separate the discussion of
I mean,
affordable housing from deed restricted
As a
housing.
practice, though, for town programs, we're generally requiring maintenance. I mean, it's in everyone's best interest. And for truly deed restricted units, especially if there's other financing that's gone into it, whether it's tax credit or like home loan money, there is a reserve fund requirement. And with the monitoring that we do, we require repairs. Yeah.
Are you two satisfied that that is covered elsewhere then?
So the deed restriction language says that we do monitoring for these deed restricted projects. We can make it clear that it also includes repairs and maintenance of the building. I think right now it's just related to the affordability.
So
That would be awesome.
So the questions then, I think we all agreed that it was okay to have that hurdle of 100% deed restricted units to have the planned development in this case. 5 or more residential units, is that the right size? Or to kick that in? I think it seems reasonable.
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Okay, then I don't think we need to, okay, we're done with planned developments.
No,
then.
I
Or
want to
anything
still.
else on planned developments?
Yes, I want to remove the third bullet, basically. So the third bullet basically says, unlike every other planned development, the review authority is only allowed to provide flexibility on this list of items. I just think take that out, let the review authority have flexibility and full discretion as always. We just don't know what we don't know.
What are you looking at?
The
It's
slide
in the questions section.
The third bullet. Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not on. So the two things that were left on the list were the review process, which this question relates to, as does the historic design standards.
Great.
So if we turn to the staff report, the design review requirements, or if you had a slide on this, Yumi, it was a matrix of under which multifamily projects would require which types of review, and what questions you wanted answered on this. I mean, do we agree with the requirements here, the design review requirements?
I think most of my questions kind of.
Have they flowed?
I don't know where my mouse is.
You may want to put up a different page with your questions.
So this section is, we've talked about this a little bit about the flexible design approach. Currently, as written, there isn't a flexible design approach in this chapter. Do you want to create it here, or do you just want to rely on the plan development?
I do.
I think the plan development's probably sufficient to cover that because it provides a flexible design review process.
What's the exact difference between a flexible design review and a plan development in our code?
Well, the flexible design review would just rely on our historic design guidelines. So, or not historic, just our design guidelines. And so that's the chapter prior to the objective design standards, and it says should, encourage, we want to see. So it's a little more discretion. Sometimes we rely on architecture review committees. We don't do it that often, but it gives us a little more expertise to have a conversation with the developers about how they can change the project. And there isn't a standard that we'd say you have to just change it because it says here. It's more of a give and take, and then you have to, sometimes they do some of them, sometimes they don't do any of them, as you've seen in prior items. So it creates a squishier process. It could create better design projects. But it does also create less streamlining for developers and staff.
And so an example of like, sorry, another question is, can it be done at the staff level, or does it always require a review authority?
It could be done at the staff level.
Okay, so that's a big difference from the plan development.
Size of the project.
The size of the project always dictates where it goes in terms of.
I think we
review.
absolutely want the flexible design review and the PD, because I think they do solve different problems. Flexible design review is definitely, it sounds like well, one, it doesn't require going all the way to 100% of affordable units. It could be for a small project that just needs a little flexibility on one or two things. It can be done at the staff level. If it's going to need more than that, I'm pretty confident our staff would push it to a higher level of review and probably seek the PD if needed. So I think having both, I just don't see the need to reduce flexibility in this program. To me, keep the same flexibility we already have in the code.
I think we tried to, the direction from council was to be flexible but predictable.
Yes, and so I mean, predictability is covered really by the objective design standards and the historic design standards, which are now
right
in this section. But there is not that much flexibility here. So if we want to provide some, we would want to reintroduce into the lower right-hand corner of this matrix the possibility for flexible design review, which would be in addition to the possibility for a plan development.
Correct.
Was this was the flexible design review process requested? Was that requested by folks that you talked to during the engagement related to this? Did it come up or?
I think the discussion didn't talk specifically about that path, but I think discussions with some developers, they wanted the more flexible path, wanted to work with staff, and there are other developers who didn't want that at all and wanted it to be very objective. So, yeah, it's the big question that I don't think we'll ever figure it out, but it's the puzzle piece that we need to.
My only concern is that we would be creating additional burden by introducing the possibility of a flexible design review instead of forcing them to use the objective design standards and the historic design standards. So allow more flexibility by including flexible design review in the lower right portion of this matrix, or leave it as is and give them the opportunity for a plan development if they want something more flexible. Do you have thoughts?
I vote flexibility. The way I'm thinking about it is this. I think we're going to review this program in 18 months, 2 years, maybe, and see like, oh, wow, we got 6 projects and they all required flexible design review, or they all needed a PD.
Nobody wanted to do the objective
Yeah,
design
like that
standards.
means we need to go back.
Possible.
It's possible, or vice versa, right? But I think it's like I'm fearful of. I want to make sure I see housing, and I think flexibility is best to see that. And until we know more facts, I think we need to keep the flexibility in the program.
I would like to see the flexible design review be an available option here, but I don't want to create a burden. If you have that gives you pause, then please say so.
I mean, I think creating the flexible design approach within the chapter could create a little bit of more conflict between conversations with some developers, not all, but some developers. So that is a discussion. I mean, at that point, we could just elevate it to Planning Commission, but that also creates a discussion and why are we being treated differently? So the intent was to create objective design standards we think are achievable, we think are appropriate and helpful to design. And if we think that they're too strict, we could also just look at reducing them and hoping that it won't be so big of a hurdle that they can't be overcome.
Are we going to review the historic? Because I got a ton of notes on that.
I have only a few, but we need to get to those, and that's going to have to be a little bit more haphazard, not haphazard, but it's going to be a little bit more multi-directional approach. I just want to answer this question here. What we've been asked a question, and I'm trying to answer it. I think that at least two of us are in favor of adding the possibility of a flexible design review to the deed-restricted multifamily residential projects in and outside of the historic district.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't feel strongly. I am curious to see what would happen without it, to see if people do use the objective design standards or if allowing the flexible design review. I'm not saying it's easy, but that would be the preferred route. Like, I'm just curious.
I agree. I'd like to see people try to design to the objective and keep it simple and clear.
Yeah, there's just certain things in the massing rules and you got to change texture 20% of the way through. Sometimes that's uglier. Like sometimes that's worse. Like I actually think Edmonds Loft does not change texture, and I think it's beautiful. And so I think the point of flexibility. I actually think we get higher quality when we do have those conversations with developers.
I think it can slow things down. I think it slows things down. It can slow things down.
But if speed and efficiency is the goal of that particular developer, they have the ODS, the objective design standard option.
Good point. Good point. So I'm open to including it.
Including flexibility?
Including a flexible design review as a possibility for these two
Yes.
right columns. Amy?
That's fine, but just add in the middle there the objective. So under multifamily residential projects in the historic district, you have historic design standards and HPAC review still required. Should be the same thing on the far right column. And then if you want to do flexible, that's fine.
Well, if they're flexible, then that would incorporate the historic review.
I'm just
because there's historic design standards.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
But
so
you
make
look
it
at the
just duplicate
flexible
what we see
approach
there.
paths, just duplicate it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that it's clear.
That
Because then
works.
it's not clear. I know it's repetitive, but if it's going to be repetitive, that's fine. Just repeat it the same way.
It works
Please.
for me.
So if a project is using deed-restricted multifamily residential, the chapter, and it's in the historic district, and they comply with the historic design standards, do they still need to go to HPAC?
I don't think so.
No.
Well, then they wouldn't need to, then it's in column 2. They wouldn't need to go to HPAC. Either it's,
That's not for deed restricted. The column 2 is for the everything else that's not deed restricted stuff.
well, why is that?
I think we're trying to create an incentive for the people to do the deed restriction to like make it more streamlined.
Easier approach.
Yeah.
And the
meet the
HPAC,
standards.
it's also because the historic design standards haven't been vetted 100% by the HPAC for all projects. We just want to give them the chance. We're still obligated to meet objective design standards for multifamily residential projects, even in the historic district. We just take them to HPAC to daylight what they're doing, have HPAC provide some guidance on the guidelines if the applicant chooses to take that information. And it also helps inform the review authority, like the director, the planning commission, or the public.
Okay, so I think I heard
So for that reason, I would not put the HPAC review in the deed restricted columns. It's
except
an
under
incen-
flexible
it's an
design
incentive.
review.
Yeah.
Except under flexible design review where
Yeah,
it would be required.
Well, no, keep the lower row.
Yeah,
the
the lower
same.
row, yes.
Yeah, keep the lower row. But then if the historic design standards are met by a deed restricted project, it's simple, it's clear. There's objective standards for them to meet, and so then I don't think we would force them to do the HPAC review. It's an incentive. And so it doesn't apply. Obviously, it doesn't apply to column 4 of the. Well, 5 if you look at the whole table. So I would suggest duplicating the flexible design review part and adding HPAC review to the last column, middle row. Does that
In
work?
the objective?
So, sorry.
So
No,
the objective
not adding, I would not add HPAC review to the final column.
You would do it on the flexible in the bottom right.
Flexible on the lower right, 2 right ones.
That's fine.
Okay, Jason and Sammy? Okay. Did you get that? Sorry. All right.
Before we move on, I do want to, I thought we might do it here, but the PD, if you do get a PD, the way it's currently written, you can only request changes to certain things. And while I agree with the intent, I'm just worried about that.
You're worried there aren't enough options?
I'm just, to me, that's the only, we allow PDs, we do a lot. I think it's pretty much all we do up here. And 9 times out of 10, they are requesting edits to setback, balconies, things like that, height. But there are some times, 1 time out of 10, where they're asking for something else. And that is allowed in all other PDs, except the way this code is written, it would not be allowed in a PD for a deed restricted housing unit under this program. I think take out that, remove that restriction, let the review authority review and make its findings. Again, I hope we never have to use it, but I'm just worried about when we don't know what might be coming, restricting ourselves too much.
I would rather see the restrictions and see how it plays out as an experiment, but there's advantages to either one.
Because it's little things like, again, the articulation of the design that sometimes just don't make sense, and it's not on this list, right? Or
is there a opening? These would be the only requesting consideration of one of those?
Well, from what your last discussion, you said you wanted to do flexible design review, so those objective design standards could still be within would not be part of the plan development. It would just be part of the discussion about whether or not it's consistent with the guidelines. And then these would only be the development standards that you would be able to look at, or a developer would be able to ask for relief.
So what are like some other development standards that are not that would not be reviewed by flexible design review and are not on this list? Just, is there anything?
Yeah, I think we talked about it a little bit. Bike parking, retaining wall standards, height. Oh, I mean, we do have height allowances in here in this section. We do have like a wetland setback. We have a floodplain setback. Yeah, I mean, we really scraped the barrel when we created the incentives.
I did the same thing. I looked at the last 5 PDs. There's only one. It was retaining wall. It was for the gateway.
It's not a deed restricted housing project. I think we got to remember this is a
but
different
my point
beast.
is that what if that was? And there is housing in that same area next door. So
they didn't put in workforce housing because they weren't increasing staff.
Measure but they can ask for a greater number of incentives, so we can jump from
2 to 6. Yeah.
Yes. So I think that's valuable, and then they can change the flexibility within each incentive, which is also really valuable. So I think there are a lot of options here. I don't think the categories are limited, but I think the options are still
I'm also
exist.
I just get a little heartache of it's creating a subcategory of a PD, right? Which is not consistent with the rest of the code. Like everywhere else, the code, a PD means the review authority has a lot of leeway. And in here, it does not, which it just
I think it does, but
odd.
it's just within this program.
Right.
And there are other pathways. They don't have to, this is a voluntary program, so they don't have to participate in the homegrown housing effort at all if they don't want to, right? They can go to searching for other incentives, other financing mechanisms, other things that might fit their needs better. But this is just one option that provides incentives that
They
may
want
not
something
get.
outside this list. So I think you're saying they could go, go for affordable housing instead. If they're interested in creating housing to help house our workforce. Change the project. If we give them this, it's pretty clear what you have to do to get into the program or to be considered for it. It's pretty clear. That if we open it up and they know they're going to have to come through a flexible design review, maybe there's less certainty, less clarity. Yes, there's less flexibility. There's less clarity. And that is one of the things we were encouraged to do, is create clarity.
And asked for by applicants.
True.
Also ask for more flexibility by applicants.
True.
It's all a balance. So and the good news is we can, if we find it doesn't work or we find there is one particular item that people who would would use a PD if they could but can't because the thing that they need doesn't exist in it, we can always amend it in the next round of.
That we could create, yes, it could, the potential exists for a project, more than one project, to be too constrained by this particular set list. If we were to add one or two, which ones would you choose?
It's not that. It's more like the creating a subcategory of PD. I don't like it. Like
I got that.
You know, I would say it's a PD. You get to, you know, review authority is the final. You know, gets a lot of leeway. Let them decide, but not dictate from here what they can and can't review. So I wouldn't. I don't. My guess is that 95% of cases are covered. That's probably true. It's just.
I mean, we've seen height a lot.
Yeah.
That's definitely.
No, I
one.
think height is in there because it's technically one of the incentives. So it's kind of incorporated under sub-item 4. Change the flexibility within each incentive, which means setbacks, height, parking.
I'm looking at a different section.
Oh, sorry.
I'm looking
Just
at
what's on
the
the
plan,
screen.
deed restricted housing unit section of the plan development chapter.
I'm on the PD section of. It's
I'm looking at page Roman numeral 4-41.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, 4-41.
Just missed the
So
height then.
number 3, deed restricted housing units, ABC C-4, change to flexibility. They can request that. Which means within each incentive. So that's tier 1 and tier 2 incentives, which is.
So what additional flexibility are you asking for?
It might be, they might need a retaining wall that's more than 6 feet. They might need, I mean, I probably wouldn't consider setbacks from water, but like, hopefully not. But
What if we were to incorporate, I mean, I'm not necessarily suggesting this, but I'm asking if you would like to say, if you would be interested in saying something like within each incentive or within the normal development standards for this category of development.
no, I mean,
That-
either
that's
leave it as
really
is.
broad, though.
I would say leave it as is, or like to me, it's a PD. Like just it doesn't need any of this language. It just they hit the hurdle of having 5 units and 100% are deed restricted. Let them do the PD. That's I think the 2 options. Because I agree that this is capturing 95% of needs. I just don't know if it's capturing all of them. But I don't know. Like that's my whole point is I won't know until the review is happening.
So Jason, so you got your 5 units, you're 100% deed restricted, and you're saying they should be alternatives to anything depending on what they want to do.
I'm saying that now they can request a PD, and just like in any other PD,
So
they can
would
request
you be
modifications.
limiting the amount of requests they can make?
No, like just like any other PD. I mean, the review authority could make that choice, right? I would let the review authority decide.
So any
That
other,
would be us doing
so
additional
any other
review up here.
PD,
Yes.
you could ask for alternatives or flexibility on any of the codes?
That's pretty much
Is that
what we
correct?
do, yeah.
Yes, if you can make the findings.
So then why wouldn't it be the same here?
That's what I'm saying.
It sounds like there's a split,
I think we're split on this one.
so,
Yeah.
I mean, we could, I don't know if we've heard from Commissioner Kaufman or.
I don't think we have.
Just letting you guys argue it out. I'm fine.
We can leave it open
as it is.
to council.
We can, we could just forward, we could
We can just
explain
forward
the
this,
descri-
you know, there was a
Let them know we
discussion.
were of mixed opinions upon the amount of flexibility that could be included.
No one wanted to go more strict though than is currently written.
I don't think so,
I
no.
would just clarify
There's
that.
more flexibility.
Whether to go more flexible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of agreeing with Jason on that one. I get the concept. And it's consistency.
It's consistency. I'm just.
It's consistency, but it creates the probability for a longer review process for things we want to get done quickly. That's the shortest way I can say what my concern with that
And
is.
it's a legitimate concern.
All
we
right,
take a
thank you.
bathroom break
Yes,
before we
let's
hit the
take.
next?
Let's make it 5 minutes. Let's make it 5 minutes. So 5 minutes to 9. Well, 6 minutes. 5 minutes to 9. We're going to be back here, and we're going to start doing our individual comments. we're ciphering a little bit up here because we're seeing how many of our comments are related to the historic district and seeing whether we could possibly address things that are non-historic district related and then continue the historic district code discussion. And could we schedule a meeting in December to do this? If we don't need to, we'll go with January, but.
Yeah, I mean, we've already sort of canceled December because we have the joint meeting.
Yeah.
And our efforts are being diverted to doing that joint meeting with council and commission for the housing element. So
can we have a meeting with only the continued item, or would we have to incorporate other items that would then have to be prepared?
I think our preference would be to have this continue to January if that's where we're going. I mean, it is 9 o'clock, and generally by 9 o'clock we're all getting.
Oh, we're losing steam up here. I know.
Yeah, and I mean, a month really, month and a half here, like not that substantial of a difference for timelines.
Yeah, are you aware of any potential deed restricted projects that might be affected by a delay in us accepting these, or if their applications are already in, they're subject to those previous standards anyway? Oh, you guys know something.
Well,
I think.
I have another question that's related to that. None of them are actually going to apply until the money is there. The money is not there, is my understanding right now.
But they'll get into the queue.
That's true. But also, my other question was going to be when they haven't even published the standards for the money. So when is that getting published? Because that's like, I don't know if you remember in the staff report, it's like, oh, the whole monetary component is like also being developed, but in parallel on the side. So I feel like we don't need to necessarily rush the code side if the
I would only be
is.
concerned about a project that wants to get into the queue that we would be holding up, and then we'd be holding up for the building season.
Okay, fair.
I didn't want to, I just would hate for us to our delay to hold up deed restricted housing
Yeah, I mean,
in any way.
we were kind of having a sidebar here, but I think our consensus is no, we don't think that there's anything that would be affected because we have a lot of developer interest, but a lot of those projects haven't even come in for their land use permit application yet.
Okay, let me ask my colleagues here. Are there things that you're itching to talk about right now, specifically in the language of the code? Hearing none.
There's going to be a few. I'm still looking.
Wait,
And
sorry,
did
what-
we
what's-
take
what's
care?
your
did we-
question,
Does
Coral?
staff think that we've covered the discussion topics? Are we finished with that?
Aside from the historic design standards, I think you touched on all the discussion topics we itemized.
I only had.
You may have some on your
No.
list that I.
And the benefit of continuing
We got
is
all
that
of them
we
on my
can
list.
have that refresh where we, kind of have the comparative of here's the recommendations that you come up with so far. So you have time to sit with those recommendations too.
And we would return in January then with a revised set that reflects our requests?
We could, I mean, I think we would just list it out in the staff report, most likely. And we could even give that summary, in the next week so that you have that before we.
Do you need
get
a
to that far.
subcommittee to review language in the interim? Would that help?
I don't think so. I mean, I think we've got enough direction from what we've heard tonight that we would be able to put together that draft so that you could look at it as just individually between now and when we would schedule it for the next review.
Okay, so we would just get the draft of the recommendations, and then we would
much talk about
be
maintenance.
working on the next one with the same text of proposed modifications, amendments to the code.
Not much talk about
Yeah.
maintenance.
I prefer to have the same text because I don't want to have to.
I could just
And
have
these need to be vetted,
out
like-
something with the differences pointed out.
These
Would
are
be fine.
still recommendations to council.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
don't
so
know if they need to.
it would still be, if they, I presume that then our recommendation, would you submit to council the proposed code with our recommendations or the proposed code edited by our recommendations?
The proposed code edited with your recommendations incorporated.
Yeah, we don't want to do that for like your next review because then it gets messy. So then we'd have to put in, this is what they talked about at the November 18th meeting, and then this is what they talked about at the January meeting. So
Well, you could just create this document with edits by a different author, and it would show up. I did this for 20 years.
There's one item that, sorry, I don't want to belabor this, but I think there was one comment that there was, someone wanted to have discussion on the setbacks. incentives?
Yeah, I did.
But we can, I want
Not
to talk
tonight,
about,
though. I've
got
I want to
that
talk
too.
about
Yeah.
setbacks and
I'm-
step backs, yeah.
So I'm
but we're
strongly in
not gonna
favor of
do that if
continuing.
we continue.
I'm strongly in favor of continuing, adding some of those things to the agenda. I also want to respect that we were kind of plowing through votes here, and if people want to come back and change a vote on something because they talked to more people in the community or they talked to staff more, I'm open to that too. Like, I don't think anything we said here is like quote settled. I think we can, I said even just the RM coverage, we came up with a number. We said 60. It was 845 when we did that. So we might go and get more information and change that. And I think that's a benefit to a continuance, to just get more inputs. And I know it delays for the community, but I really think this is such an important project, and I know staff has worked so hard that I think we owe it to the community to give it that time.
I had 6 more no's, but we can wait.
If there are things that pertain specifically to things that we have already talked about, I think actually many of the things that we're probably going to go through.
Well,
as we go through our
massing
individual
and
notes.
setbacks, I don't know if we finished that conversation.
We didn't address setbacks really, or step backs at all yet.
Or massing.
Yeah.
And then I've got, let me just see what I was just doing here. Hold on. One was, the Tahoe Donner Plan area. I had a question about that. Timing of development. I've heard complaints from builders about making sure that the deed restricted are done first. They can't sell their other units and pay for the deed restrict. They plan on selling their ownership units, their market
saw
rate
that, yeah.
first, so they can pay for the deed restricted. And this says it has to be the other way around. The exterior building materials is what I was saying before. Finishes for deed restricted units shall be of same type and quality as the market rate units. I think that kills affordability. 15% we did already. Building elevation length, no building facade or elevation visible from the public right-of-way or where residents and or customer access available should be greater than 200 feet.
I think these sound like things that bear more discussion than we have steam for tonight, Mitch.
And that's fine.
I would
That's
like
what
to
I'm
have a more
asking.
thorough
And my last
discussion
one
of
was
those.
material variations, which I think we started talking. Jason
Yeah.
started talking about. So, yeah.
Well, there's the quality
And
of
then
the
that's not including anything
historic.
in the historic.
Yeah.
There's quality of exterior materials, and then there's exterior materials variation. They're two different topics, but I'll
Right.
add both
But
of
the-
them to my list here.
Okay.
Is this a list for next January's
Hey, the
agenda?
Tahoe Donner I could do pretty quickly, actually, if we look at that right away.
Excluded.
So
Tahoe
on-
Donner is a
Specific
PD.
plan.
A specific plan, that's right.
Well, Tahoe Donner
No?
Plan area, for deed restricted housing incentive projects within the Tahoe Donner Plan area, the minimum density shall be 90% of the maximum base density. For example, a 0.59 acre site zone, 15 dwelling units per acre shall be required to have at least 7 dwelling units. Did staff check with Tahoe Donner specifically, because they have their own rules and they don't usually jive with the towns. So being on architectural standards in Tahoe Donner, I know people wanted to build less than the 4 units Tahoe Donner says, and the town says they can't, or Tahoe Donner says they can only build 4 units, and the town wants them to build 5 or 6. And I hear this a bunch over there, since I play both of these roles. So I just think there should be some checking with whatever multi-unit lots are still available in TD, that this would actually work with their rules.
That sounds like a recommendation from one of our commissioners to please confirm with TD.
So
if you didn't already?
The language that's in the Tahoe Donner Plan Area section mimics what the standard requirement for the Tahoe Donner Plan Area or RM parcels are. We didn't change it. We are aware of some conflict between what Tahoe Donner says they allow and what our maximum density requirements are.
Or minimum.
But reducing them is a challenge in terms for the town, just because of reducing density is always a challenge. So oftentimes there are pathways to get them to a lesser density through the town policies. It does require more affordable housing. But it just oftentimes that's not what the developer wants to do.
So, all right, I'm going to throw this over to Tawadana then and see how this works with them.
Thank you.
That was it for right now.
Okay. I may touch base with you to make sure I got your complete list. Am I allowed to do that? I think I am.
Okay,
It's just
so
an
it's
agenda
massing,
thing.
setbacks.
Yep. Setbacks, exterior materials, quality materials, selling market rates before.
Yep, that's
before-
timing. There was something
Density.
on building elevation, length, back to massing,
Okay.
and material variation.
Okay. Thank you. I think those all sound like things that we that deserve a little more time than we probably want to give them tonight. So I'm going to ask: would anybody like to move to continue, or can I just say that we're continuing?
Take a motion.
I'd also recommend making a motion for a date and time certain. We may still notice it, but just in case.
I move that we continue this meeting, or item number 7.2,
7.2
to a date and time certain
on January 20th, the next planning.
on January 20th.
To the date and time.
I thought I could just say that.
You are tired, huh?
Certain date.
I'm certain.
So raise your right hand. Hi, state your name. You know.
I'll second that.
Chair Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Claren?
Yes.
Commissioner Toops?
Yes.
Commissioner Kaufman?
Yes.
Staff announcements.
This will be quick. As you are well aware, your next meeting is December 9th. That is not your normal meeting night. That's a joint workshop with the town council in this room. We'll have some different seating that night. It's going to be from 5 to 7. That's a time certain, so that you have 2 hours to talk through the first housing element workshop. And then you won't have your normal meeting the following week. Again, that's been changed to the joint meeting with the council.
Is
So,
that joint meeting open to the public?
yes.
Yeah, we're going to have tables set up so that the public can also participate in the workshop. So it'll be kind of mixing up council members and their respective commissioners at tables with the public, depending on how many people attend. And then dinner will be offered if you want to stay and have that after, because we'll have about a half-hour break to reset the room for the regular council meeting with the chairs. And then if anyone wants to jumpstart, you can review the existing housing element just to kind of re-familiarize yourself with that. But the focus on the workshop is going to be on opportunity sites. So sort of where would we accommodate our additional RENA requirements?
Sounds useful and fun. Thank you. Any other staff information items? Any commissioner reports?
That's December 9th.
This meeting is adjourned.